Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville and Gummy Earth, or Middle Earth Gummy Bear style. One of those things, because we got Gummy Gollum here, there's Gummy Gimli, there's Gummy Gandalf, we have Gummy Frodo, and we have Gummy Sauron. Yes, indeed. Those are the ones we were able to make. Oh, there is. Where did she go? Oh, here we go. We also have a Gummy Galadriel too. I wasn't able to get this one printed out. There's with you can see here how some of this stuff flaked away. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily print out very well, so that's just something we'll have to get figured out some other time. Some other time, some other way. Let me get some paper towels here. There we go. Okay. Let's do that. Nice to see you there, Landras. So I guess you and Mario are hanging out. So Landras was that chariot that he was showing me? Is that like a brand new chariot? Because it kind of looks exactly like the chariots from 1893. Doesn't seem to be all that different necessarily. So yeah, we're gonna be doing now the. Where did he go? I was actually thinking we might try to do a little lava type here, so there might be some object source lighting on this golem here. I was going to try and do that on our Sauron Gummy Bear. Ah, okay. I was going to say, Landras, that is exactly like the one that I put together in the 1750s. So, hello to everybody at the castle. Hello to Mario and all that good stuff. Now, you can see we got as many of the references I could down here. So, you can see that these are going to be a little bit more colorful than maybe you might expect, right, Mort? How you doing there, Mort? Great to see ya. I want. Do I actually have? Well, let's see, man. This might actually be the better thing to use here. I see a little bit. Here we go. There's just some more supports there, and I can't get rid of all of it, but if I can get rid of most of it, that kind of does the trick right there. So great to see you there, Mort. So last night, speaking of object source lighting, we were doing a couple of doggies right there, so that was part of last night's stream. And then the stream before that was this right here. This was the first of our Lord of the Rings flats. And again, here's you can kind of see, this is how it started out, just as primer like this. So we have a whole bunch of these. Oh, geez, Landras. Man, oh man, I actually, well, I don't know, maybe if I go to refresh some medicine, thanks to Grey Wolf. How you doing there, Grey Wolf? That was really, that was idyllic scenery there in those pictures there, Grey Wolf, and a gaming cabin. I mean, you can't get much better than that, right? But I have the Oathbreaker one. Actually, Grey Wolf, I'll have to send you some of the new Lord of the Rings tarot cards, because yeah, the Oathbreakers one actually that printed out really well. So again, here's more of our tarot cards right here. I'll try to get you some of these, Grey Wolf. It's just we're still trying to figure out how in the world to do the STLs on these things. It is still very random, and of course, oh, that's a fantastic Moriarty that you're getting to do the spiel there. Now, of course, Grey Wolf, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I'm just kind of getting my references up and at 'em here. Just trying to get stuff out of the way. Okay, so there's that. That's Gimli. There's our Frodo. I'm gonna roll like this here. Oh, no. Let me get that. An Indian yellow here. And it's almost a little bit, it's not, we're not doing pre-glaze on any of these. We're not doing that. See you in a bit there, Landras. See you in a bit. Ah, okay. Well, great to see you there, Moriarty. And again, Grey Wolf, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Grey Wolf, yeah, I'll send you some of the. I made a couple of new ones. I don't know if I sent you the Dark Queen Galadriel ones. Did I, Grey Wolf? Because that basically want to have those kind of what would you say be the counter. We want to have them both side by side, right? The regular Galadriel and Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Nice to see you again, Nurgle Matthew. Boy, we almost. I mean, we had a big day in college football, but we almost had a really big day. I mean, like a colossal day in college. It was there could have been some mega things happening in college football this weekend. Again, there was some destruction, not as much as we normally like. There was a couple of teams that got away. Right, Grey Wolf? There was a couple of teams that should have, like Texas, Alabama, those should have gone the other way. Of course, anchor down. Yes, indeed. Vanderbilt gets it done. So Vandy is still around. Actually, I think Vandy plays Texas. Yes, Vandy plays Texas next week. So yeah, sorry I didn't get those to you, Grey Wolf. I was trying to. Well, it looks like I won't be here at all Sunday, so I had to print out the next Galactica ship. Oh, actually, Grey Wolf, there's a new Cathy miniature. Yeah, there's a new Cathy miniature. It is. No, he's gonna be green, right? Okay, so this one's the same. Let me do this now. It's basically her D&D character that she played for a long time. Basically, Cathy is a halfling. Oh no, that's that is his armor. We won't mess with that. Although there is going to be source lighting, so we have to start thinking about that pretty quick. Like right now, say. And again, Grey Wolf, you want to post some stuff in the chat? I don't want you to do that. I'm just gonna go directly to this here. It's gonna go directly to that. No fooling around here. That's Perline Orange right there. Getting after it here. And now some of our lava stuff here. We'll do the same on Golem, because reasons. There we are. But yeah, Grua, I mean, that's got to be, whether you're out there in the, during the day, at nighttime, whatever, it's got to be really nifty to again have a gaming cabin, so to speak, right? Now let's do this. Nope, that is it's not our source lighting. That was I don't want to say the skin tone. I mean, I guess it is. Now again, having only ever painted basically the Golem and that one Galadriel, we'll see exactly how we want to approach our gummy bears here. No problem there. No problem, Grey Wolf. No problem. Let me do this here. Some of that here. Maybe a little bit more of the red in there. So again, I was hoping that this could start about 10:30 or so, but then when I found out that I basically wasn't going to be here at all on Sunday, that, well, I had to make sure at least I could get some Monday stuff ready. Let me do that too. No, it's got a little bit of that orangey stuff on there. Okay. Oh, somehow I never got the Windsor yellow out of it. I think I had it in my hand a couple of times. Oh no, I kept grabbing the, that's it. Kept grabbing the Indian yellow, put that where Windsor yellow is supposed to go, like there. Or, oh, what is that? Well, Naples yellow is next to it. It is, alright, it's the Gamblin one here. Oh yeah, Hansa yellow, that's it. Windsor yellow is Hansa yellow. For all you young players out there. Alright, let me get this stuffs off of that brush there. Windsor yellow here. Starting to think about source lady things. On our golem here. And the Buckeyes had the day off, right, Grey Wolf? Let's do this here. Take away a little more of that and put a little bit of that over here. On go. Not too much. Not too much. Where's our Sauron here? And shove that back there. And then start getting some later stuff here. Nowhere near our lightest that we can go, but just we'll get there. I mean, we're 11 minutes in. We can do stuff. We can do things. The ring's gonna get a bit of that. The armor should get some of that. The mace here. Now, it's funny because I actually have an actual Sauron printed out that I'm hoping to maybe paint up next week. Because, oh yeah, Grey Wolf, hey Velfera, anchor down. Boy, actually, Velfera, that game next week with Texas, that could have been a knockout round for Texas. Well, it kind of still is. But man, Texas, how did they survive against Mississippi State? Well, actually, Mississippi State was the reason why Texas survived. Actually, Velfera, I was hoping to start about 10:30 because we're trying to do the special Lord of the Rings themed gummies here. It was getting kind of crazy there, right, Velfera? There was some stuff happening that wasn't quite supposed to happen, I think. Oh, no, not that. This here. Let me get some of the red, a little bit of the magenta here. Not on the hat. We'll just make that top part, just for right now, kind of an orangey thing. Yeah, Grey Wolf, your cabin in the woods there. It's like your own. It's either the Misty Mountains or it's Bjorn's cabin. There you go. It's like it's like Bjorn's cabin. Grey Wolf. So Velfera, I think I sent you. Did I send you the Shire flat graphic there? I think I did. And again, there's a Cathy miniature that is that's all printed up. I just basically have to cure it, stick it on a base, and it's all set to go. Velfera, I mean, there's just teams losing left and right, and the teams that keep winning. Well, actually, did you see what happened to South Florida? Yeah, I don't know if you saw what happened to USF there. Memphis kind of took them down. And again, Bama should have gotten taken down by South Carolina. And I think the Oregon, they won their game, right, Grey Wolf? And Indiana won their game. Now, Illinois did not. They got hammered. So I think they will they will be exiting the top 25, never to be seen again. That sounds pretty wild there, Grey Wolf. Hey there, bench guy. So yeah, it was a big day for Vandy, and glad that your team won there, bench guy. Let's see who Oregon. Obviously, they were. I'm sure they beat up Wisconsin pretty good. BYU is still among the undefeated there, Valfira. I think Texas Tech won their game. Well, of course, Oklahoma now they're pretty much toast. Now, actually, the team that I would be the most worried about if I'm anybody, Texas A&M. That is a serious looking bunch, Valfira. Holy smokes, you don't want to screw around with them. They were up 42 to 18 or something like that, and on the sideline, all you see is guys looking at iPads and all that kind of stuff. So Cincinnati won. Actually, bench guy, were they in the top 20? Were they 21, I think, to start the day, maybe? Yep, they were. They were 21. Hey there, AD. And they stomped up on Baylor pretty good, too, bench guy. In Austin, that will not be easy. They will have to play better than they did against Missouri, but there is one thing, though, Valfera. Let's put it this way. That game, Vandy and Mizzou, that was old-fashioned. That was like old-fashioned Big 8 football, Valfera. That was old-fashioned Big 8 football. That was it was like, what's this thing called? The forward pass. Now, bench guy is the path for Cincinnati, is that group of 5, or is that gonna? It's not ACC. Oh, that would be. Oh gosh, I forget. The conferences have moved around so much. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow, and of course, AD, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Again, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So, AD, sorry I haven't been able to shoot you a message. I hope that things have just kind of at least stayed steady. Here's the latest of our flats. We did this one on Thursday right there. That is our Galadriel one. And again, it kind of just started out like this with this red-brown primer here. So, yeah, well, I'm glad we started a little bit earlier, Verofera. Hopefully that made it a bit earlier for you to maintain the streak there. Hopefully, things are just relatively calm, less crazy, whatever metric we want to use for that. What'll be interesting is that all of this stuff is going to be more on the, I guess, on the realistic side. I mean, they're Lord of the Rings themed gummies. I mean, it's just, we'll do what we can. I guess you could say that's the first phase of the Commander-in-Chief trophy there, right, Valfera? Now, is it at Annapolis or is it out west? That's the next question. I do think that Navy has a significant advantage one way, not so much the other. I know Air Force is, they're not the Air Force of old. So it is out west. Okay. That will be, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. That's for sure. So again, great to see you there, AD. Now, AD, I haven't sent anybody the files for the flats yet because we're still trying to get that nailed down. GPT is very erratic. 1 minute it makes a sensational STL, the other, well, then for days it makes nothing. And the STL, what is that? Image to STL.com, that has sort of worked and sort of not worked. It's certainly been way more reliable than GPT has. So bench guy, Texas Tech is in the Pac-12 now, right? Because yeah, BYU, Texas Tech, Colorado, they're all in the Pac-10 now, or Pac-12, or well, it's all the APCC. It is all the APCC, one conference to rule them all, and in the playoffs bind them. And we cover it all on the Wobbleville Sports Network. There it is, the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open. You can even change teams during the game. Before we said they could change at halftime. No, they can change as long as they got a uniform and a helmet. They can change between plays. So Valfera, I think we might have the first penalties of like 15 men on the field, and then the other side only has like 8. And of course, halftime adjustments. That's where the coaches switch teams. Yeah, that's halftime adjustments in the APCC. It works a little different in the APCC. Get some of you in here. So AD, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, bench guy, wasn't it last season, Valfera, that we came up with the APCC? Pretty sure it was. Where is my... there he is. There he is. Get some Umbar out here. Some Umbar, some green. Well, I won't be sending the files, Velfair. They're too big to send that way. I've been putting them in that Dropbox, Velfair. I thought I sent you the Shire. I guess I didn't. That's okay. I'll send you that if I can. Again, it's going to be a no-sleep kind of night. I basically have to be getting on the road basically after the stream. It was going to be very little sleep. It turned from very little sleep to 0 sleep. So Monday is going to be real interesting. Now, let's put it this way, Valfera. The chance of about 100,000 people down there in Death Valley saying that Chip Kelly must go. It was quite the cacophony. I'm not going to be driving there, Valfera. That's one of the reasons why it's so early. Unless I was to steal the neighbor's car, there's no way, there's not too many ways I could do that, since, well, remember somebody took mine. Thanks, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. Appreciate you being here, Bench Guy. I know it's late. They were supposed to be here at noon, and then they said, well, somebody else is gonna be. We gotta get there way earlier, so they might be here at 9 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, pretty much 9 hours from now they'll be showing up. So great to see you there, bench guy. Appreciate the bitses, of course, as always. And bench guy, if you got to take off, get some sleep or something like that, congrats on the Bearcats. I mean, I think everything is wide open, wouldn't you say, Velfera, in terms of the 12-team playoff? I mean, yes, I think Ohio State has the inside track. I'm really trying to think of who else. Oh, Georgia, the Ramblin' Wreck, Velfera. Yes, Velfera, the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech. They win again. They're one of your undefeateds. Look at that. Actually, I think King is going to be your Heisman. Well, it's either him or Pavia. Those are my two hopefuls for the Heisman there. Although, oh, no problem there, bench guy. The quarterback of Texas Tech, or sorry, Texas A&M. That's going to be. Let's put it this way. I'm glad that Vandy does not have to play Texas A&M. That's the better that they have to play Texas, Valfera. But thanks a bunch, bench guy. Now, bench guy. Let's see. Oh, that's right. You probably didn't. I don't know if you saw the last. So this is what's printing out right now. Is actually two more of our Battlestar Galactica ships, and they are very different. And sure enough, I was right, Valfera. He took down a ton of those miniatures. Because I'm like, yeah, those aren't up on that site anymore. And again, here's some of the ones that we were working on last night. Actually, Velfera, I did find the graphic for this, which means now I have at least maybe a chance of making the flat for him. Now, I would still like to make like a bust or something of this, but even a flat wouldn't be too shabby, right, Velfera? I mean, that could work. We all like little key debris and everything like that. That could still work. So AD, sadly, I will be missing that. Well, actually, AD, I haven't watched a Bears game in how many years now? 5 years or something like that. The only way I can watch games is where's my? I need. Oh yeah, here we go. The only way I can actually watch the games is by watching somebody else watching the game. Yeah, so basically somebody else has the game on and they're essentially narrating it. And the guy that I usually watch, ironically enough, he's a Packers fan, but he used to be a history teacher. And in between, so in between when they're doing commercial breaks, well, obviously he's not playing the commercials, he's not playing anything. So we talked the finer points of between two wars. So the interwar years between World War I and World War II. That's not usually what you associate with NFL football, right, AD? But he'll even talk about, okay, how art changed in that period. It went from kind of a patron-oriented type of thing to more of a people-oriented type of thing. And it led to, the surrealists and the your Picasso and the Cubists and everything like that. Now I thought I sent. I was thinking I was really losing my mind there, Velfera. Yeah, I'm glad I actually sent it to you because I really thought I was just. Well, I am losing my mind. That is confirmed, right, AD? Thanks, Bench Guy. And again, take it. And of course, Bench Guy. I hope that I know that some of the kids are painting, some of the kids aren't as interested in it, but hopefully most of the kids are still interested in the painting. So see you later there, bench guy. Thank you so much. Now, there was some good news for the Bears in that I think it was announced earlier today. Well, it was actually late last night that Lamar Jackson's not going to be playing in that game. Now, of course, we're probably jinxing it by saying this, but I believe that John Harbaugh is 2-6 in games where Lamar Jackson does not play. Now, they do still have Derrick Henry. Now, I'm thinking that the Bears are going to have to get at least +2 in the turnover margin. If they are not +2 in the turnover margin, they got no chance of winning that game. And by no chance, I mean like less than 0. Because even being like +3, +4, they've been on the cusp of disaster like the last 3 weeks. Let me get this going here. Well, bench guy, like we say, right? The family that paints together stays together. I mean, this is as long as some are right, bench guy. It's all you can ask for. It's all you can ask for. And again, appreciate you being here. And they learn along with you too, right, bench guy? So it's kind of a great thing, family experience, right? Let me get a little more of that here. Now, the Bears, of course, have significant injuries in the secondary. Actually, AD, I think they were sending out some recruiting notices to you and me. That's how short they are in the secondary. Actually, Valfera, did you get any communications from the Bears to play in their secondary? Like I say, that's how desperate they are. Now, again, if they can keep doing the takeaways, that's that's quite the equalizer, because that quite literally takes away points in many cases. We'll see if it plays out that way, of course. Now, Valfera, that's how desperate they are. that that's what I mean, Valfera. Is that you would be you are in better shape than some of their secondary guys. I figured that would be the most graphic way to express the dire situation in the secondary there. Now, of course, Valfera, you could say, look, I'll just line up at nose tackle. You could do that. Let me see. I don't know how much more of the orange we want to get on the top part of that, but we'll see how that all goes. Bench guy. Yeah, I know that the game against KC didn't quite turn out as hoped, but given the fact that looks like Minnesota is tanked, and I think, oh yeah, that's right, Green Bay has to play in Pittsburgh, right, bench guy? So yeah, Green Bay loses that game. I think you're going to have yourself a significant lead in the division. Actually, you're undefeated in the. Oh no, wait a minute. No, never. I thought I was going to say the Lions actually are undefeated in the division. All right, AD. Well, I'll try to shoot you a message tomorrow. AD, I'll try to get you some more of the new pictures that I did of our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. And actually, AD, you could make the STLs yourself. You could take those pictures, like the ones I send you. You could bring them into that image to stl.com and literally make the STL files yourself, and print them out and whatever. Now, of course, I'll try to get you a link to the Dropbox that has the ones that I made, so that you wouldn't have to do that process. But have a good one there, AD. This is some insane stuff, Velfira. This is absolutely just bonkers here. What we're having to do with this? This is crazy. All right, where's me Gimli? There's Gimli. There's our Gimli. Let's do this. Now, he's the hard candy version, Velfira. Oh, no, Jolly Rancher. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking about is Jolly Ranchers. Not sure why, but I just happen to be thinking about Jolly Ranchers. Got that going. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that over there. All right, now let's start to maybe do a little bit of minor glazy stuff. Oh, wait. First, let's just do this real quick like here. There he is. There's our Frodo. There he is. So see you later there, bench guy. Appreciate the bitses. That actually that makes a big difference. Makes a big difference. Again, all the Twitch stuff is, well, that between the floods and all the others, the conventions and stuff, we missed a bunch of streams, and we know that Twitch does not like it when you don't stream every single minute of every single day. They let you know their displeasure. Is that... no, I don't actually need... I thought I needed to kind of thin that down a little, but I guess not. So I'm just trying to do a little something there. Where's our Sauron figure here? There's some of Das Ring. Gandalf gets more yellow here. So where is... One second, I gotta move. I got like all these references out here. There's our Gandalf reference. So he also is going to have some yellow to him. I knew there was like, I need this yellow for one of my other gummies here. I couldn't remember which one. Nice to see you there, Camda. Camda, I think I might have sent you the Shire graphic. Yeah, I sent you this. Oh, that's right, because yeah, I definitely sent you that one. Camda, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda paints with the oils. That needs to be yellow up there. There's a bit of yellow right along here. Oh, and then the green. Okay. Let's move that yellow this way a little bit more too. So great to see you again, Camda. It was a crazy day in college football today. The college gridiron was. We like to see mayhem. Oh, and there was definitely mayhem. There was mayhem and madness on the college gridiron the way we like it. Come on. Alright, there we are. A little bit of that. That's just. Let me also get here a little bit of thinner on some of our stuffs here, just so that that doesn't get too coagulated. Let me do this here. Yeah, okay. I still have to, oh yeah, Khazad-dûm, that's another one that I want to do. The problem is, I can't do the punctuation, right? And I'm wondering how, what's interesting is when in some of the music and stuff, it does, actually some of the songs that I'm doing, it even does like the Black Speech of Mordor. Yes, I did a song about Sauron, and it does the Black Speech of Mordor. Alright, that's about as... Oh, wait, here. I was going to say it's about as light as I can go with the green, and then I see this here. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. Alright, let's start thinking about some darker, glazy things here. Maybe with this Payne's Gray, indigo-ish type stuff. Just break that down like you do. And again, Cam, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Oh, actually, I think we need to make that kind of like a brassy bronze, the knotwork here, which again, it didn't really didn't print out along this part of his helmet, so we'll have to. That is something we're going to be adding, kind of after the fact there. Maybe there we go. We're trying to just reactivate a little bit of that. And we'll go this away. I think we got our dark in there. We'll do a similar similar type thing on our Sauron figure here. So great to see you there, Cam. Let's do that. And again, we've got the Cathy figures printed out, and Cam. I just keep finding more and more of the. Again, I'm sure I'm still missing some of the BSG ships. But thank goodness I downloaded as many of those as I could when I did, because the two that I've got printing right now, Camden, those are not on the site anymore. Yeah, those you're not going to find those on Thingiverse. Those are gone. So again, it's a good thing I tried to get those when I did. Yeah, thanks for finding those, Camden, because well now it would be too late, right? There would be nothing left to find. And it seems like all of the B5 stuff is still... no, actually, that maybe there was some B5 stuff missing too. I don't think he had any Minbari stuff. I don't remember if he had any Narn or Centauri ships. Get a little bit of thin... There we go. You can see we're letting that do some mixing and such. Darken that up a little. take out that orange there. And again, we're going to be drawing in a lot of the filigree and such that's on Sauron's armor here. Oh, no problem there, Camda. And now again, there wasn't a whole lot of sleep last night either, so I might have to refresh the medicine just to make sure we're not doing any sleep streaming. Monday is going to be quite the challenge. There could be some sleep streaming on Monday. Let me do a little bit more of an orange in there. Push you over this away. Eyes will be darker. But, oh yeah, and here too we have to get some of our lighter stuff on his fingers, I guess. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Where is it? Oops, wait a minute. Let me get some more of that. So there is, there's our Frodo, and there's our again, actually, I'm going to try to, here, let's go with the white here. We're going to get that stuff out of that brush there. So yeah, Velfer, it should be interesting to see what, yeah, I'll try to do both. I'll try to do the height map version, well, actually all three, the raw, the height map, because I'm thinking maybe for, what is that, STL, or no, image to STL.com, maybe I just throw that in there instead of trying to do the height map first. For whatever reason, it's been weird. GPT Camda has kind of revolted on even just doing the bas reliefs. It keeps like defaulting directly to STL files, and I'm like, no, don't do that. You don't know how to do those anymore. Let me get a little more of this lighter on his beard. The hat will be darkening that down a little. Somewhere around here we got ourselves a... Nah, let's use this one. I think we already used it as a blending brush. Yes, we did. Let's do this here. That might be a little lighter than what we wanted. Actually, yeah, maybe we'll even throw a little bit of green in there too, just to have some fun. And again, Armored Wolf is still doing Ursa, the convention up there in Alaska. Let's do some more of this. Yep, right here. On the cloak, I guess. No, let me get that stuff out of that brush first. We'll take this and this. And let's really try to make some later stuff here on Gandalf. Now, I will be doing another version of this where we try to kind of really make this, get that powdery finish on him. that'd be easy enough. I'll just take the not the heavy gloss gel, but our snow effects, right? The crushed glass snow, and I'll just take the acrylics there, and we'll, for all intents and purposes, just kind of tint the almost looking like a snow cone or a slushy, maybe, I guess. Okay, and a little bit lighter on his foot there. Let's see how much lighter that yellow is. And then it's just going to mix right in with our green there. I'll try to lighten up said yellow on his face a little more. Actually, there's a little bit of that does work its way into his beard and such. Ah, that's what we want. I might just do it there. That says a little bit of the Mars yellow deep, and we're just dry brushing that in. Ah, here's my blending brush. That's what I need here. So we're working a little bit of the yellow, and now much more of just the regular cooler white color there. Not quite as warm as that yellow. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Everybody please give Camda a follow. Camda's got the fabulous oil painting going on stream there. Now again, Valfira, glad that things kind of have worked out. I mean, in your favor there. And it means you kind of be able to maybe continue doing the streaming thing too. Now, some of those gummies, maybe that's what the hobbits had, right? When they got captured by the barrel weights. Maybe that's what they were doing, Valfira. Now again, I haven't been able to make. Let's see. Again, there was a Balrog one that was created. There was basically a Treebeard one. There was a Legolas. And I just with the way finances and such like that, I don't want to be committing to a whole year of Meshi, not knowing if it's actually going to work. Because yes, I was technically using Meshi when we made these, but the file went to somebody else. They cleaned it up in another program, so I don't know what it was that they did. And of course, I have no way to replicate that, not having the same thing. Blending brush again. Where are you hiding? There you are. Nope, wrong blending brush. Somewhere around here is a blending brush. We'll just use this as one. There we go. Again, we're just doing this little tap, tap, tap kind of thing. Here, we'll take some paint away. We'll do that again here on his arms. Get more of that paint out of there. His mustachio and beard, I guess, are going to get lighter here. I guess the hair too. Let's see, so we have tree beard, we have the Balrog. I think there is a Sam Ganges one. I don't think he ever did a Saruman. Yeah, I think that's the one. One of the ones we don't have is Saruman of all things. Blending brush there. Oh, let me give some red here. Don't mind that it almost has a little bit of pinkishness to it. Definitely this side. So we're almost 1 hour in here. We work that all the way down into our yellow. Put you aside. Now for a little hobbit here. Nope, that's Gollum. I need her. There it is. Gonna get a little bit of the umber in there so that he's more brown, less orangey, I guess, if you want to say that. And maybe throw some of the Moors yellow deep into that. Oh, thanks, Cam. It's actually, it wasn't until just the other day that I actually saw this one and the Sauron one printed out. I printed out the Gimli and the Gandalf one. Now, of course, those prints were way bigger than these. Wish they could have been bigger, but all of these very easily fit on a build plate there. I think, oh yeah, his face definitely has to have some more light in it. His hands too, I think, yeah. More of that Indian yellow. Well, I mean, the stubs that he has for hands, or I don't know how much hands they actually are. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that more reddish brown, that hint of vest there. And this is sort of, as you can see, kind of a dry brush motion. We're using this thing as a micro filbert. Now back to the Mars Yellow Deep. And I gotta leave that alone. Okay, the buttons, maybe I guess we'll go with those being darker. I don't want to lose the sort of brownish coloration in here, but I might need a little more orange. And we'll make the eyes and his nose, those will be darker, just like what we did with Gandalf. Let me go back to something to use. Maybe this is a blending brush here. I mean, that's all we're doing just a little bit of pop and push there. Just toss some color on there, push it around with another brush. And his face will look really different once we have the darker stuff on here. Let me go over to get some of that. It's like a little bit of reflective light here. We're going to use a micro blending brush there. Now it's funny because it has the ring as bright green. I kind of like that. Because especially because of the coloration of his body and such. So I'm gonna change that over here. I'm thinking phthalo green. That's gonna be a very intense green. There we go. And now that also just stand out from the kind of golden bronze color of Frodo himself, or just generic Hobbit. All the way around. Come on, there. Even lighter here on our greens. On the ring, anyway. Yeah, that got really, really, really bright there. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, there's, I mean, I do like gummies. It's been a while since I last actually ate gummy bears because, well, we sort of kept saving them for painting, Camda, which meant the gummies they never really got eaten. They mostly just got painted. That's generally not what the average person's doing with gummy bears, right, Camda? Still wait for his hair to sit up a little bit more, and then maybe we... Nah, that's too much there. So yeah, we are only 1 hour and 3 minutes in. That's it. Much darker green here. Nice to see you there, Diadems. Thanks so much, Diadems. Appreciate that. So yeah, Diadems. Here are a couple of the Warg Raiders from last night. And then we got the one guy that didn't have the object source lighting on him here. Now that kind of actually, oh yeah, that new color combo, right? Camda, the Perline Crimson. Actually, I'm gonna employ that on this pretty soon. Yeah, it was the Perline Crimson mixed with the Burnt Umber. That was an interesting combo for sure. Sorry about that, Camda. So this was, I believe, was 2018 at Reapercon. We had the Fort Wapple thing going, and this was, oh gosh, it had to be pretty darn close to midnight or something like that. And somebody had a package of gummy bears, and instead of eating them, people actually just started painting the gummy bears, which they then turned into a gummy bear painting contest. which then the next year they kind of we came there with people brought gummy bears, and that was more people participated in the gummy bear painting contest, and then that was 2019, and then in 2022 when they started doing Reapercon again, they were still doing the gummy bear contest. I think even then they had a printed trophy. And then obviously in 2023, they kind of did that in Cathy's, like a little bit of a memorial there. And then that's kind of a permanent fixture now at Reapercon every year is the Gummy Bear Painting Contest. And that's what I was kind of hoping this year that we could, have folks print these out and I'll be painting them together. It's there was no way I was gonna be able to get everybody the files in time anyways, and I wouldn't have been there to really be able to kind of have fun with it. So that's something we'll shoot for, maybe for May or for next October. Now, part of it is I thought I was going to be able to figure out Discord, and Discord is still very much a mystery. It is not one of my favorite platforms because it it doesn't seem to like the graphics software and stuff that I use or the video software and stuff. Well, sometimes it does until it doesn't, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. So Camdy, I've told the story a couple of times. But it was it's something that I was kind of hoping to do for this year, for this October. Now, part of the reason wasn't really able to do it is because, well, it is also why I have a brand new Cathy figure to paint on Wednesday. It's because I've been doing all the Eldritch Foundry stuff and all the other fun stuff with the basically making our own sculpts. So I mean, it's okay. Yeah, wasn't able to do that this year, but now we have basically a limitless supply of different Cathy and Wapelius figures that we didn't have before. Alright, now we shall take our... Whoops. That's the Quinacridone Magenta there. Let's get There it is. There's the fabulous Pearline Crimson and the Burnt Umber to go in here. Where's his mouth? Over there. Now let's try to get some... Yeah, I wonder, is this going to be opaque enough? I think... Yeah, it will. Yes, it will. Now, of course, once they made it kind of a permanent painting contest, Camda, they started... There was actually like categories. So there was best converted, best diorama, whatever. So it actually became, I mean, it became very elaborate, let's put it that way. Unless, I'm going to, we can use this brush. Yeah, okay. Whoops, I don't want to take that green up there. There we go. A little bit of that. And then some over here. Now it is possible, one of the side benefits of me being gone basically all day Sunday is the possibility of getting a super quick demo of Blender, Camda. as in, okay, here's how you like open up a file. Here's how you actually do something in Blender. Because right now it's all a mystery. It's just a whole. Even if I tried finding a couple of tutorials and stuff, and of course, obviously these are like little 2-minute things, and even in those 2-minute things, Camda, the person is saying, yeah, you're gonna see all this crazy little tiny stuff up here, and you're not gonna know what any of this is. So they do mention in their little tutorial there that it can be not easy to use, to say the least. So I'm hoping that maybe armed with a little bit of, okay, here's how you do like the most basic thing, that would then give me a better chance to succeed in just like pressing stuff. Like what we did with Eldritch Foundry. They just kind of had to show me like, okay, how in the world do you actually get your STL file? They actually had to show me that because, well, there's nothing that really says how you actually make your STL file. Hence, one of the reasons why I'm making videos for them. Let me do this. And this here. We need to still go lighter in his face, but also more orange. Well, pure orange will solve that, I think. A little more, maybe. So yeah, that would be fantastic, because of course I think you ran across that too, right, Camda, where GPT would create a script and say, oh yeah, just toss this script into Blender. It's like, how do I do that? And I asked it, give me instructions on how to do that. Yeah, that didn't work out so well. Okay. Oh, that's why. Like, why is this brush not acting the way it should? Because it's not one of our frontline liner brushes anymore. That would be this one. Like, that is acting awful strange. Well, that makes way more sense now. Yes, there we go. Now I can do the stuff I want to do. That was really strange. Around the hair we go. And then we'll have to just kind of leave this be for a little while because we've been kind of pecking away at this a lot right here. So we need to give that some time to set. Let me hit this now. Put you to the side. Let's see what we can do with our Gimli here, which means we gotta get our Gimli reference up. There we are. Come on, more. There we are. We'll start making some of this later, like his, well, I guess ears. Oh, yes, his little nose there. And what are we, like 1 hour, 14 minutes in? Yep. 1 hour, 14 minutes ago. All 5 of these had no paint whatsoever. And we'll be these two are going to have kind of the filigree and the armor and such. No, no, no. Let's move that all the way up there, closer to the helmet. Fine, maybe we go a little bit later on the chest there. Take that further back on his little hand. Now, let me get more of the red. That's the Windsor red slash Naphthol red. So Windsor yellow, Hansa yellow, Windsor red, Naphthol red. Lighten you up some. Maybe one more. I'm just using the not radiant violet here. I mean, technically, actually, Camda, something that could be interesting on, I guess, on these other gummy bears is to take the alkyd medium, right? Because it would be shiny, it would be translucent. So Camda, the paint that you were talking about there, it didn't mention its drying time, did it? I wasn't sure if it mentioned anything about drying time. That paint that you were showing me there. Well, I mean, it is paint, right, Camda? It just has no pigmentation to it. You know what? Let's see. Let's see, Velvet. Maybe this one here. Actually, here. Let's try these two. We'll go 2x2, Velfera, because I want to see these greens. That's what I want to see. What happens? Did those disappear? They should, right, Velfera? Yeah. Look at his staff is almost just like one value. I mean, it's a little bit of light undulation to it, but man, yeah. Look at the green. Now let's do Gimli and our Sauron here. Now we haven't had a chance to really do a whole bunch of the lighter source lighting on Sauron, but yeah, even Gimli. I mean that the red when that disappears. Yeah, look, that's something else, right, Velfera? It's always freaky. It is always so wild. Let's see, what were we at here? We at Oh no, Gima, that's right. We're just about to do the darker stuff on the beard. That's right. So have a good night there, Velfera. I'm guessing that it is that time. Well, have some sleep for me there, there, Velfera. Yes, I will. We'll have to just like have vicarious sleep through other folks. Again, that is that rather curious human custom, unfamiliar to us here in Wappleville. I guess we are also ancient aliens, right, Camda? Kind of like the ancient Welshlandians. Now this should really show us just how light we got with the sort of magenta. I don't necessarily want to call it skin. All right, well, he's got himself some eyes now. Actually, believe it or not, the we'll have to draw in the knotwork on the axe here. And then, whoops, that didn't quite go the way that was supposed to. There we are. Now, Camda, I believe, I want to say like 50-50 split. Now, Recoil made some of the first ones. As you know, because I at the time, let's put it this way, Camda. When these things were first made, I was not using any kind of AI myself. That's how recent the whole AI thing is. Yes, because most of these were made either by surface tension or by recoil. I only made a few. Yeah, they made the rest. That's how new this is. I mean, when you think about it, it seems like I've been doing this for years and years and years. It has not been the case. It is months. Because even the, our, like the Lord of the Rings spacescapes that we created, that was after Adepticon. Now, Adepticon wasn't exactly yesterday, but it was late March, which means, what, 7 months ago. That's it. And most of the stickers that I took with me to Adepticon were things, surface tension made and other folks made. So obviously now it's different. Now a good portion of all the stickers and stuff is just stuff that I'm making. Now that I know how to do that stuff. Yeah, can't. It's the Necronomicon. You've been exposed to the Necronomicon. You might suddenly find yourself becoming immune to things like sleep. You never know. At some point, it might just hit you. Now, even just doing this, right? That's very simple. We haven't added any kind of highlight type things or whatever in any of the metals there, but that already I think is having a significant difference. Breaking this down here. So Cam, I don't remember what that stuff was called, that medium that you were telling me about. Now, Camda, of course, if you want to, if you can snag like a small thing of that and just fool around with it, and then you could say, well, okay, it has a long drying time, but it does these other cool things, so maybe it's something that needs to be tried. Well, the even better, Camda. That is most fortunate. Let me get the, let's see, that would go this way, that would cross over this way. And then, no, let's do this. I think it just has to be thinner. Oh yeah. Yep, that's what it was. It just had to be thinner. So Art Spectrum Clear Oil Paint. What are we doing here? Yeah, let's do that. I think that we make this line lighter here, but I don't want it to be the same all along his helmet. We'll make it come on lighter here again. And of course, this is nowhere near as light as this looks. It's nowhere near as light as what we can actually do. Yeah, I just then I'm wondering, what kind of effect that would have, Camda, because some of those, again, like with the old masters, it didn't really matter to them. Drying time wasn't a thing, right? And also, too, they could make it a little bit thicker than we can, right? The whole we have to worry about how thick something is, and that might it could be a bit of an issue when it comes to the miniatures anyway. For regular 2D art or even the flats, that could be a different story there, Camda. Could be a very different story for the flats, actually. And try and get me a little bit of this sky blue. And yeah, we're doing SE-NMM here on a gummy bear, because reasons, right? There. Yeah, I don't want to get too wrapped up in too many specialty things, of course. Because, well, then that means people are going to want to get all those specialty things. It's kind of like what the trying to make the STLs in GPT instead of trying to use 10 other things together, which people would have to then buy all that stuff or get all those memberships. Fine, we'll use a little thinner with that then. A little bit more of our blue up there, and now some lighter stuff up here. And then eventually we'll have to also start doing some darker stuff. Let's get a few little other reflections in there. Not there. Taking another blending brush to this. Got get some of our darker stuff, a little bit of the indigo. And back here maybe. want to have basically the kind of this light, dark, light, alternating. There's our light again. Gotta start doing some of this on the. Cannot work here. Like that. I will try to lighten up this a bit more here on the axe, maybe there. And then we wanted to start doing a little bit of filigree, sort of, kind of here. Okay, we'll still be going lighter than this for sure. Get that right along that top edge of his helmet there. That some more. A little bit of that outline here. Definitely need to make that side lighter. The crest of his helmet, that really helps. And then we have to start getting a little bit of shading on the eyes and nose. Those aren't just flat black. They actually do get some shading on them too. Better thin that down some more. Yeah, initially, Cam, I wanted to have this like our other Khazad-dûm. Well, where's our other Gimli here? Ah, yeah. So that's initially what I wanted to do, is have him on a base like this, but I couldn't find. I'm just gonna have to make a new. I know I have that texture somewhere because it's with all the other Moria stuff, but I have no idea where the Moria stuff is. That kind of got pushed back when we started working on a whole bunch of other things. So yeah, that is now buried under something else. We'll try to give him some lighter stuff on his beard here. Nah, better break that down some more. Actually, this has been driving me nuts for the last couple of paint sessions. We are going to... there's my scissors. I'm going to get rid of this hair here that just keeps sticking out there. That's been irksome for a while. Camden, I mean... the fact that it fills in... I was wasting so much... oh gosh, what is it? That super expensive texture paste stuff. Essentially using that with what we do with just like not much inexpensive hot glue. Oh man, just that alone. And then once I learned, Camda, that we can use it to sculpt with, right, with our trees, that we can actually sculpt the, not necessarily the bark texture, but all that stuff, like the roots. Yeah, we can actually essentially sculpt in some roots and still just use the other pieces of the, well, basically leftover FDM stuff. I mean, it saves a ton, Cam. I don't know if you've seen some of the really old basing videos, but when it was super glue, and trying to do especially the tree bark, I mean, I was using insane amounts of the texture paste to essentially fill in all of the uneven spots, whereas the glue it does it all on its own, right, Camden? I mean, it really just does it all on its own, which is very cool. Nope, I better thin that down some more too. So now Gimli's getting himself a little bit of a mustachio and Fu Manchu going here. Now the one annoying thing about the hot glue gun is those crazy strings, right, Camda? I almost lost one of these because one of the strings I was trying to, just move something somewhere, and the string literally lifted up off the table and sent it flying. It was either Gimli or Gandalf, and thank goodness they weren't necessarily the most fragile of prints or whatever you want to call it. Maybe line up the edge of that. And now I'm going to actually here with the there, yeah, I'm going to mix a little bit of the orange into this now because it was getting awful. Well, that I'm looking at that, it is. I think we need some of this almost like a lighter pinkish type color here. So I'll definitely try to refresh the medicine in a bit. I think at the 2-hour mark we'll do that because we're just about out of that. More of our light there. Oh, and I also want to check on those prints too. That's it. Yeah, Kandak just kind of fills in all those gaps, right? How's about we say hello to Hero Zone? How you doing there, Hero Zone? Everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. Of course, Hero Zone, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, hey there, Overlord Chameleon. How you doing? Thanks, Hero Zone. Appreciate that. Again, everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. So Hero Zone, I don't know if you remember a while back when we did the first of the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Well, we made some more sculpts, and we've let's see, about an hour 38 minutes we've been painting these, and again they're Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. We'll be getting back to Frodo here in a bit, and there's a Gandalf, there's a Gimli. Now, Hero Zone, this has been the interesting thing here of late. I think you've seen some of the posts on these flats right here. So this is one that we painted up on Thursday. Here's kind of what they look like when they're primed. So there's a Durnhelm one right there. We call these our Lord of the Rings tarot cards, Hero Zone. Yeah, let's flip through the deck. And I've got more of these that are printed out that I don't even have here. And I've got more that I haven't even made into STL files yet, but these are all printed in resin. And I'm hoping, again, this is all part of the Patreon page here. This is something new we've been doing here. Some that are painted that are not Lord of the Rings themed. This is kind of a, look at that, we got spring, fall, winter, and then the summer is over here, right? Yep, there's summer. Haven't painted that one yet. And look at this. That's a Trench Crusade flat. And you can look at, there's our homemade metallic oil paint. Yes, that's oil paint, and that is metallic right there. Made it ourselves. Same thing with the gold. So yeah, we're making the look at same deal. You can even look at it. See the texture plate markings on there. Oh, thanks so much, Aesthetic. Appreciate that. So yes, we are. I literally have dozens of these graphics made. We've printed out, I think now maybe 10 of them. And well, more on the way. And of course, we've continued with our Battlestar Galactica ships. This was the latest one. We did this one on Monday. This was actually ship number 8. And all of this texture that you see is not there. That's just smooth. So all of the Aztecing and everything like that, that's all painted on. Again, that's a Battlestar Galactica ship number 8. And last night we were painting some wargs here. Some warg right, and he's got himself a little buddy right there. He's tired. He's just sleeping, and the dog just want to make sure that he's doing okay. He's not actually about to eat his face off or anything like that. Oh, thanks, Aesthetic. Appreciate that. Oh, and there was one more here. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? It's hilarious. Where's there? Yeah, there's a Gimli meet Gimli. There you go. Oh yeah, that's and now this we're starting to also turn our regular paintings into flats. So this we painted this up about 4 weeks ago, maybe now on stream. This has already been turned into a bas relief, and that will be turned into a flat, so that we can paint that. Where are we? Here we. There's our brush that we were using. So Hero Zone, I hope that things are going well. And again, I know you got lots of things going. If you want to just share something in the chat there, Hero Zone, please go ahead. Like always, I know that you just finished the stream. I wasn't sure if it was more of a like a gaming type of a stream, or if it was more of a painting type of stream. Hey there, Perfect Imperfections. Great to see you again. Thank you so much for the raid. And yes, your eyes do not deceive you. You are not wrong when you think that those look like gummy bears. Yes, these are actually Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So there's we're going to be getting back to our Sauron, or Sourgum as we call him. There's Gumli right there. There's Frogum right there. That's Frodo, and here's Gumdolf right there. Oh, and look, here's Gumlum. Now he will eventually look a little bit more like this, because we did paint him last year on stream. So yes, we have Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears because reasons. Nice to see you there, Millie Striped. How you doing? And this is not me. So how you guys doing? No problem. Just wanted to make sure that you had a chance to post some stuff in the chat there, Hero Zone, and just hoping that everything is going reasonably well. I know there's been all kinds of changes over the last year plus. Probably, the last year and 3/4 or so. Just kind of hoping maybe that things have kind of started to play out the way you were wanting them to. For sure. And we're using the same oil paints on these. Literally the same oil paints that we used on our Galadriel flat just a few nights ago. So again, this was our Thursday stream right here. And here, let me move these. And again, we'll get our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. So again, these are flats that we made here. Now we have all kinds of different themes. I've got one for the dead men of Dunharrow. I just did a Shire one, an Edoras one. Where's our Durnhelm? There it is. There's our Durnhelm one right there. And we're also developing more of these. Another Trench Crusade themed flat. Again, you can see that's printed out in resin there. So yeah, this was super fun. Again, same exact oil paint as well. Actually, we do have a Gumladriel. Yeah, look, there you go. There's Gumladriel. I almost forgot about Gumladriel. Everybody check out that Discord link. Check out that Discord link that Hero Zone just shared. And everybody, please, again, give Hero Zone a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. So again, Hero Zone, just kind of hoping that everything is going as good as it could possibly go for you. I know there's a sometimes progress is lateral, so to speak, right, Hero Zone? So Jams, if you want to share anything in the chat, same deal. Everybody, please give Jams Perfect Imperfections a follow. So great to see you there, Jams. Ooh, wait. Let's thin that down a little more. There we go. Ah, that's it. A little more light on his axe right there. We also have some of these for, again, we did Treebeard, we did a Balrog, yes, a Gummy Balrog. There's a Legolas or Legomlas. We also did a Boromir. Now, if you guys check out the Instagram, we also did a whole thing of Lord of the Rings themed cats. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he was on, yeah, he's on My Mini Factory. And yes, he did an entire set of Lord of the Rings themed cats. Ooh, we have some here. We do have... There's the Gollum kitty right there. Yeah, we painted those up on stream. And of course, we have Cat Doff and Cat Ladriel and the Argo kitties. No problem there, Jams. No problem. So yeah, Hero Zone, I've been trying to learn so many different forms of the AI and stuff like that, because again, that's how we're able to make these. Where's our... here we go. So again, to turn these into this, we were kind of using the Meshy AI, trying to do that. And of course, those flats, same way. Trying to use that to make those flats. And we have, again, tons of different themes. We're also doing Babylon 5 themed flats. Also, well, those sailing ships. We're going to be doing some Second World War themed flats. Actually, Camda, it looks like on the this could be on the way here. Wrong ship. There we go. I think Warlord is going to be sending me a copy of Victory at Sea, so we actually might be able to get to use our 1/1800 scale ships. So like that, our picture of the sailing ships here. I was able to take this into GPT and say turn this into a bas relief. I was able to make the height map there, so we can take a, again, it's a flat, but now it will have that slight bit of texture to it, and we'll be able to paint this as a flat, which should be interesting. It'll actually be smaller than that, which will be wild, because that's 5x7, the one that you just saw there. Here, let's get some of this bit of knot work. Nah, that's way too big a chunk of paint there. Let's get rid of that. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour 49 minutes ago, none of these had the slightest bit of paint on them. They were just dark brown primer and nothing else. That is it. Celia, their hero zone. Yep, hero zone. A little spot of food, not a bad thing, right? So thanks again for the raid, hero zone. And again, hopefully things are kind of working more the way you had hoped. I know again there's been lots of course corrections, right, hero zone, over the last year and a half or so. That also needs to be a little late. There we go. And now we'll take this blending brush to it. And again, this is all oil paint that we're using here. Maybe even a little lighter on some of those elements. Oh, this too here. There. Yeah, gummy bears with belts. Because reasons. And that's how we were able to make these. Is the combinations of things. I don't know if folks have seen the video that I put out. It's either on the Facebook or you can see it on YouTube now. That should probably be a little lighter there. We'll take our blending brush to that here. Like we do, and then a little bit more light there. Hey there, Artemichael. So Artemichael, you want to share some stuff in chat? Like always, please go ahead and do that. Great to see you again. Probably be coming back a little more of the dark there. Yeah, we're not even 2 hours in. 2 hours ago, these all had absolutely zero paint on them. Now we're going to start doing some even lighter stuff here on our Frodo. I'm going to bring in a little bit more of the pure orange. Now that's got some of the white in there, so that should also make it a little more opaque. Here, it's still thinning it down. Still thinning it down. I think it might just be ready. There. And if you remember, I don't know, about a half an hour ago, we said we're just going to have to set this one aside and let that paint have a chance to sit up. And it's a whole lot easier doing this now because we were not hasty little hobbitses. With the oil paints, you never want to be a hasty little hobbit because you end up like that. You end up with a hasty hat if you are a hasty hobbit. Get the underside here. And another blending brush. I will use maybe this little guy here as a teensy tiny blending brush. Like so. Where's my... I think, yeah, still need to go later with this, especially on his hands here and his feet. Yep, let's do that. Ears. Yeah, I should probably still make those. Continue adding the light up here. And then we'll see what we can do with this. We might also add some darks in there too, not just making it lighter. And then the other thing we'll have to do is make sure to get the his eyes and his nose Get some mid-tones and highlights on that as well. Ooh, I'm going to back off to this. Let's get that some of that down here on the legs as well. Where'd that little blending brush go? So now his vest, you kind of see that starts to separate a little bit from the rest of him there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Arta Michael just shared. So Arta Michael, hopefully each day you're getting a little bit stronger, getting closer to, well, if not full strength, at least strength enough to be able to get back onto all the commission stuff. That also needs a little bit of blending brush going on there. Man, all of these, again, regular oil paints just right out of the tube. No zenithal, nothing like that. Just a very, very simple, just dark brown primer, and that was it. Nothing else. Simple, simple, simple. Not even that many colors out on the palette. Generally somewhere between 12 to 15 max. I mean, that is like the maximum. And that will usually include, specialty things if we're using a metallic, like on the flats or interference colors, whatever. Great to see again there, Tundra Crusher. I know that the stream times have been really, really late. These, well, especially like the last year or so. So sorry about that, Tundra Crusher. I hope that you're doing well. I mean, even this stream was, I wanted to start this earlier. Now, the Wednesday stream, again, that's Cathy's birthday stream, that will have to start at least by 9:30 at the latest. Because we want Cathy's East Coast friends to at least be able to say hello or join in for a bit. So then, of course, we usually don't stream on Wednesday either. So Wednesday will be kind of a different sort of a day. And we've got, again, a new Cathy figure that we will paint. Let me do some of this. Here we go. Some of that over here. Come on. There. And I'll probably bring in some more of the darker here too. I mean, this here was sort of dark, so yeah, here's a little bit more of the light right there. Hey there, Rot. Again, congratulations on the Indianapolis adventure. Congrats on that. And of course, congrats on all the stuff from Nova Open. If you want to share some stuff from Nova Open there, Rot, why don't you do that? Everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. So hopefully Mom is doing okay. I got the messages late after the stream, so hopefully Mom is doing better now. Obviously, I haven't been able to send any messages since I started doing the stream here. Now we'll start getting some of our light there on him, on his eyes and his little nose there. everybody please check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler1616 just shared. And everybody please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Somebody else you need to follow would be Irid Wave if you're not already doing that. Nice to see you there, Irid. As promised, Irid. As promised, painting the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So this is that's our Frodo bear. There's a Gimli gummy bear there. We have a Gandalf gummy bear. We've got a there's our Gollum gummy bear, and he'll be looking more like this right here. And of course, Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest link, as always, please go ahead. And look, we have a Sauron bear. There's his references down in the corner. Gimli and Gandalf over in the other corner right there. So again, great to see you there, Irid. Appreciate the raid like always. And again, everybody please give Irid Wave a follow. There's a Pinterest link that you need to go check out. After you check that out, then please give Irid Wave a follow too. So it was more beating that you did on stream, right, Irid? There we are. And again, actually I've got a few more of these. I made one for the Shire today, Irid, and I remember the Dark Queen Galadriel one we were talking about. That one is already made, so we'll I might paint that on Thursday. Believe it or not, I might. I mean, it's kind of Halloween themed, right? The Dark Queen Galadriel, and then we'll have kind of our little dichotomy of the two side by side. Oh, that sounds. Oh, that sounds. We love our fossils here, Irid. Yes, indeed, we love our fossils here. So that's extra cool. And again, everybody, please check out the link that Irid Wave shared. And of course, everybody, please give Irid Wave a follow. This is I mean, I knew these were going to be pretty wild, Irid. It's having only ever painted, the Gollum one and the where's our Gumladriel? Here we go. So there's Gumladriel. It was. We did hold these up side by side. It was hilarious to see them side by side. Do you recognize the kind of the blues and the violets and the just like here? Eerily similar. They're practically spitting images of each other. So yeah, that's we'll be again doing many more of the flats, not just the Lord of the Rings, and not even just the Trench Crusade. We're going to be doing some ship ones, Babylon 5, Battlestar Galactica, Spacescapes. There will be all kinds of different flats we'll be painting. All right, in you go. There we are. Actually, I still have to find Irid a 3D printable frame that's in the right aspect ratio for those. That's almost like a shadow box. I have technically one of those, but it's just too elaborate to print up in FDM, even with, say, a 0.2 nozzle. Especially now, since they would be super small, because these flats are, well, they're pretty darn small. Okay, so now his face is starting to kind of take shape here. Same thing with the hair. Let's do this up here. So Rottweiler we almost had ourselves quite the spectacular day of college football. I mean, it was nothing to sneeze at. Vanderbilt is probably, I think they're not just gonna, well, I don't know if they'll advance past maybe 9, but I think they will at least stay in the top 10. That was old school football there, Rottweiler. That was like watching almost 1980s or either 80s or early 90s Big 8. That was Nebraska, Oklahoma for sure. It was that was that nasty thing called the forward pass or whatever. They're like, nope, we don't need that. That's football the way we like it. I go back to my Gandalf here. We're gonna start to maybe do some more stuffs on him here. I hope that was that went well. No crazy things happened there. Oh, thanks, Rottweiler. Nice to see you again there, Sea Dragon and Doji. So Doji, why don't you share some of your fabulous stuff there in the chat? Again, we're just trying to get some of this onto our Gandalf, or Gumdolf, as we call him. So Doji, yeah, there's our Gimli and Frodo bears now. But check out that Discord link that Doji just shared. And again, this is going to be our Sauron figure here. He's down in the corner there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much, Leelach. Appreciate that. Okay, so either the pipeweed's really making me see things, or this is Morgoth's work. It's like, who's Morgoth? Is he a gummy bear too? Maybe they're right. Maybe I shouldn't do that pipeweed anymore. Now, we've had, so far, on our big Gandalf 6, we've had a whole bunch of tiny ones. What is going to happen? Are we going to get past a 1 on our Gandalf 6? Well, we did. Look at that. That is a nice little average roll there for Lee. Thank you so much, Lelouch. Appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for the follow. So everybody check out those Onis. It's funny, Doji, as soon as you said Onis, all I could think about was Stila. As soon as he said Onis, I'm like, oh, that's Stila. She must be painting more Onis. So happy Sunday there. Yeah, it is definitely Sunday. For sure. That's what we're missing. Should be getting some of our red down in here too, and even a little bit of it on his arms there, and let that kind of mix together with what's already here. Yeah, something like that. Also over here. Come on, get down in there. Sea Dragon, it was almost a monster day. I mean, it was a pretty crazy day. Let's put it this way: Texas needed to score 24 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to stave off defeat. That they had to score 24 just to get into overtime. So Mississippi State, basically, they had that game won until they didn't. Anchor down in Nashville, because the Commodores were able to beat Mizzou. Texas, again, they managed to survive. Alabama had a guaranteed loss as well. But things like, well, letting them have instant touchdowns, like punt returns. And LSU got creamed. So anybody that's got to play Texas A&M, good luck. I mean, I know that Ohio State probably will be number one. Indiana will probably be number two still. I don't think either one of those teams would want to play A&M right now. The Aggies, they got it going. Now again, that can change. All it takes is one injury, one whatever, right, Rottweiler? It does not take much to change your season around. And of course, we cover all of this on the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news, covering all things college football, Aussie rules football, and now, of course, Rottweiler is our youth sports reporter, and Rottweiler is already checked in. Again, he fills us in on all the youth sports in America here. So, yep, Sea Dragon. I think it's been a long time since I've seen this many returns. To tell you how crazy the LSU and Texas A&M game was, Texas A&M had more return yards than LSU had yards. And it wasn't like they held LSU to 0 yards. It was A&M had somewhere upwards of like 312 return yards, which was hilarious because Chip Kelly's there on the sidelines early on when LSU blocked a punt. And then let's just put it this way, that was the best it ever got for the special teams coordinator, Rottweiler, because that special teams coordinator, uh, you didn't have to be an expert lip reader to understand that someone was saying, why are we still kicking to this guy? That's his third punt return. Two of them, or one of them for a touchdown, the other two almost touchdowns. So yeah, there might be some there might be a special teams coordinator that's pushing shopping carts at a Walmart near you. And get some of this pink going over here for our Gumdorf. Now we need to get some, yeah, let's get some lighter stuff on the eyes here. Start breaking down that Payne's Gray a little more. Yeah, that can't all just be flat dark there. We don't want that. So yeah, that was the, and of course, South Carolina definitely should have won that game. It took a pick six and two other fumbles for Alabama to even have a chance to. Oh, and a missed field goal. Yeah, all by South Carolina there to survive. Yes, indeed. That was that the score was, I think it was 29-27, but South Carolina, even with all that stuff that happened, they were up 22. They were up by 8. Yeah, they were up 22-14. So there was lots of mischief and mayhem on the college gridiron, the way we like it. Another fabulous Saturday. The Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech continues their surge into the top 10. And most likely, well, at least an ACC title game. I mean, I could see Georgia Tech and Miami squaring off again in an ACC title game. Things kind of hit a little bit of a rocky place there for Miami. right, so there's a so our Gandalf get a little bit later. Now, so Doji, I never had a chance to make the blueberry muffins there, although it would seem that that mix. Remember, I was like, okay, I gotta go find blueberries at the store. Apparently, there's a tin in the box. So actually, there's like a tin of blueberries in the box of all things. So I'm just doing a little bit of the fungus there. This is some of our Mars yellow deep. Yeah, Mars yellow deep here. Come on, around his eye. There we go. Same over here. Maybe a little bit of that into his beard. Yeah, there we go. Because remember we were talking there in Doji about how, well, they're probably not in season. I'm not going to be able to find those. And then I found them. And I believe it turns out I probably never needed them in the first place. Which, I mean, can't hurt to have extra blueberries. Right, Doji? Actually, oh, Doji, that kind of sounds like the red velvet cherry dump cake that we made. That sounds a little bit like that. Mm-hmm. Liking the sound of that. Get rid of this thing, and we'll use you. Here we are. There we go. We never did anything under here. I do believe we've got ourselves a Falling Freely in the stream. How you doing there, Freely? Everybody please give Falling Freely a follow, because follows are free, especially when you follow Falling Freely. Ah, see, I did it. I was successful that time. So yeah, your eyes do not deceive you, Falling Freely. Yes, these are Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. We're working on 5 of them, believe it or not. There's Frodo Bear, there's Gimli Bear, and there's Gandalf Bear. Now we also have here Sauron Bear and Gollum Bear. And Gollum Bear is going to look like this right there. So yeah, we'll be getting to him. And again, we got our Sauron Bear. Hey, Tesseret, nice to see you again. Now before we had done a Galadriel Bear. Check this out, Falling Freely. Here's another one of the flats. They're the spitting image of each other. Look at that. They're totally the spitting image of each other. We painted up this one on Thursday, and it's one of our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. Here, look at this. There's Durnhelm right there. So that's got just some primer on there, so you can see the texture a little bit easier. And then let's show you the rest of our tarot. Well, this is part of it. I've done almost this many more. So there's a little Gandalf there, little Minas Tirith, Arwen, Balrog, Theoden, Éomer. I've got one for the Army of the Dead and such. Now here was these are some of the first flats that we created. We still have to paint summer, but there's spring, there's autumn, there's winter. Again, these are all flats that we made ourselves. Where's summer? There it is. So you can see again, that's just a resin printed flat right there. So Tesseret, great to see you back. I hope that you are doing well. Oh, look at this, a Trench Crusade theme. We did this last Thursday. And again, you can see our homemade metallic oil paint. Yes, indeed. There it is, homemade metallic oil paints. And we're going to be doing a bunch more of these Trench Crusade flats, that's for sure. Nice to see you again there, Spotty. Spotty, I'm really not sure where you might possibly get that idea from, right? It's I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, we only paint it all the time, right? Right, Spotty? I mean, it's gee whiz. We only paint it all the time. I don't think so, right? Oh, speaking of which, while you were here, Spotty, you know what we were painting last night on stream. Guess what? More Lord of the Rings. Oh, look, he's got himself a little playmate there. He just wants to make sure he's okay. He's just gonna lick his face. He's totally not gonna chew his face off. But again, there's some warg riders. So great to see you back there, Spotty. Hope that you are doing well. And freely, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Now, let's do this here. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. That'd be fabulous. We're just gonna try and soften a little. There we go. Yeah, we needed to soften that up a little bit. Ooh, there's some more of his hair over there. All right, we can make that happen. Like that. Sorry that. Well, let's see. I mean, here, I think we're pushing frost warnings here, so I don't think there's going to be too much of that activity here. I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, I think we're going to be having frosts here. It was quite the day, Tessera. It was again, we almost had a mega day. Bama and Texas should have gotten taken down. They managed to survive somehow. They definitely should have been wiped out. More of this super light green here on. No, that's not the right. There it is. More of that radiant green there. I mean, we'll kind of maybe give this that frosted look. I want to do this again and use the crushed glass snow to create like a genuine frosted look on this thing. This into our yellow. Hopefully that is light enough to do what we need it to here. Yes, it sort of is. Sort of is light enough. Just kind of stippling some of that in. We'll do the same thing with our, well, sort of reds or pinks or whatever here. 2 hours, 22 minutes ago, all 5 of these had 0 paint on them. They were just, again, dark brown primer. That is it. That's all they were. And they're all painted with our regular oil paint, same as usual. So see you later, Doji. Have yourself a great night. Now, Doji, yeah, don't forget there'll be that stream on Wednesday, so your Thursday, and it's gonna start kind of way earlier. Well, by way earlier, I mean like 9:30, which technically really is only 2 hours earlier or so. But actually, Falling Freely, I got a brand new Cathy miniature that I sculpted in Eldritch Foundry. It's a D&D character that she had played, basically a halfling rogue type of a thing. I tried to make it as close to that as possible. At the time, all we had was like a Reaper gnome or something like that to use as her figure. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Falling Freely just shared. And everybody please give Falling Freely a follow. So thanks again, Freely. Sorry that we didn't kind of get to do the, where maybe the Pyro Club folks were doing some, D&D one-offs or something like that. And us painting these together, but I didn't have all of these things done. I want to get more of these done. We already have like a Treebeard one, there's a Balrog one, and I want to be able to make the STLs of those. At first we had a sculptor lined up, then we thought, well, we could do them ourselves. And I'm still trying to, well, the person that was helping me do those, I haven't been able to get in touch with them, so once I can figure out how to do this all myself, then we're in business. And I'll just have the files, which are not terribly big anyway, we'll have those in a Dropbox folder for people to grab. So you can see we're starting to get some of that frosted look here now on our Gandalf Gummy Bear. I'm going to start putting some of that on his hat, which is hilarious because if you look at his hat, it's got that texture on there. And then our Gandalf the white has, yep, sure enough, he's got texture on that robe there. So we're going to do this. And then we're going to do this. We might take this brush. And you can see we kind of stipple away some of the texture, not all the texture. I'm going to go with something a little bit more just regular gray here. Same deal up here as what we did on the brim of the hat. Just kind of stippling in some texture here. You can see that look at that. See how it's getting darker and softer? That's because, well, this is all oil paint. It's all mixing. Why would I want to do layer after layer after layer when I could just do this? This is why in well under 3 hours, well, we've pretty much, I mean, we have these looking pretty far along, and we also still, again, we do have a start on our other two. We will be getting to those soon enough. Oh, thanks, Tester. Yeah, these are all done in oil paints, whether it's the paintings, whether it's the miniatures, right, Tester? Thank you so much. So yeah, Sector X, hopefully we can try to do the other ones. Again, like the Treebeard one, the Balrog one, because we have already graphic. Oh, Boromir, that's another one. Yes, Boromir. I don't think there's. Oh, I tried doing Aragorn myself. Now I think I have a better way of doing that. At least the initial graphic of it. So yeah, I think that I also have a little better handle on that than when we were first trying to do this stuff. And again, if you check out this is not the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, but either my Facebook, or if you check out the regular YouTube channel, the first Army Showcase video is on there again with the song that I was able to create for that Denethor Fountain Court diorama there. So again, we're just doing some nice little texturizing here of his chapeau. We will eventually probably be making that a little lighter too, but that looks very different because it used to look just like that. In about 8 or 9 minutes, boom, look what we got there. Have a good night's sleep there, Falling Freely. Again, appreciate the raid. Everybody please give Falling Freely a follow. So Sector X, great to see ya. Again, we're just going to do this. Take this and start smushing that around. You can see it kind of preserves the texture but softens it a little bit. And back at it again here. Just using craft brushes here. The only semi-expensive brush that I even have is my one liner brush. That's it. It's the only, and that's depending on when you get it on Dick Blick. It could be as little as $4.80 something cents. Do this here. Blending brush, blending brush. Nope, you got too much stuff. We'll use this as a blending brush. Again. So again, just doing that tap, tap, tap kind of stuff there. More of our light. There we go. Even lighter. Even lighter here. So a little bit more of that white. Eventually we'll get our fast matte white out here. We don't really need that just yet. There we are. Again, you can see that bit of frosty texture, kind of like what we were doing on the staff there. There you go. More of that light, blending brush, do this. Now for the cloak, a similar thing. Look at those precision brush strokes right there. Oh wait, look at that. You'd almost think that we could wet blend this stuff anytime we want. There you go. That's not just later, that's got some quick instant texture there. Tester with is I haven't really been able to find even the Cotman brushes, which I thought were kind of the equivalent to those. They're really not quite the same. Yeah, those Velvet Touch brush, and here again, these are the, just like Tester was talking about here, the Princeton Velvet Touch brushes there. There we are. That's for sure. Sector X. Again, super precise with our brushwork here. Look at that. Just meticulously planning each and every brush stroke. Oh, that's right. I'm actually looking at the miniature. That's minor detail. Yep. I'm just looking at the chat while I do this. Again, doing their little blending brush routine there. So that's that's getting highly texturized now. More texture here, not down there. There's that blending brush again. So we just chuck that stuff on there. We take this, we do this. There is still texture there, but nowhere near, right? Nowhere near what it was before we took our little blending brush to it. We'll probably come back with some darker stuff too and some lighter stuff. Again, we're trying to give it that sort of almost frosted type of a look there. May get, yeah, this. Break this down some more. That's still too chunky. There we go. And now we could maybe start to think about something that's a little bit more on the precise side here. Where's there? Oh, there it is. Here, let's drop down a little. Something lighter on his eyes. Maybe on his mustachio and beard. Oh, thanks, Mort. Appreciate that. And thanks so much for being here. I know you've been here for hours now, so appreciate that. Now, again, another way you could do this and not have to do a little tap, tap, tap like that. you could take the crushed glass snow, basically cover the whole thing in kind of a thin veneer of the crushed glass snow. Then you could take some inks or something like that, really, diluting those, and then maybe do some glazy stuff, but more like a pinline wash, and it would tint all of this, and it would tint it, some red, some yellow, some grayish, whatever. So again, that texture is not actually on there. We're just going to make it seem like it is. And now we maybe start to think a little bit more precision here. And of course, Mort, if you wanted to share anything in chat, please go ahead. And Camden, if you wanted to share your Instagram link there. Camden also paints with the oils. So here I need a little bit more texture, so we're going to hit that a little harder. Blending brush again, which now actually has a little bit of paint in it, which means it's even more effective at doing this. See that? So now again, there's even more of our texture starting to emerge here. And then again, we'll get to our Sauron Gummy Bear, and that's going to have the object source lighting on there, and well, more of the non-metallic, but also it's got to have that filigree. So that's going to be an interesting one. I do actually have a regular Sauron miniature that I was hoping to paint maybe this coming Friday. Now again, this coming Wednesday will be the special Cathy stream, painting that new Eldritch Foundry figure. And again, it's a D&D character that Cathy played years ago for quite some time, actually. Yeah, we'll use this. So I can see that, and we'll have to get even some more light on our Frodo bear there. Actually, I might just do that here. Let me take this. I think, well, that is a... Nah, let's use this green. Let's use that here to also reorganize this brush a little. Yeah. And there on this cloak. Maybe some frosties here on the ring. Such as it is. Nice to see you there, Recoil. So yeah, Rottweiler's already been in here, and hopefully things a little bit easier there. And again, great to see you there, Recoil. So yeah, I was able to get that Shire one done. That took a couple of iterations to get that. And of course, Recoil, I told it, I said, I want a brand new image, right? Brand new, as in forget everything else. And the first iteration, it was still trying to do like a line of Rohan cavalry at the bottom. I'm like, no, that's we don't need Rohan cavalry on the Shire image. So yeah, Recoil. Look at this. There we go. Is that wild Recoil? Look at that. Yeah, we were telling folks how like the time frame of this. It seems like it was a long time ago, right? But it wasn't all that long ago. Not really. Whoops, that's not the one we wanted. This is the one I wanted. Trying to get me a little bit more, yeah, there we are, of the lightest light on him. Maybe his ears is too up here. And so Moriarty, yeah, it's been really interesting. I was hoping to do almost like a cartoony type base on these. I'm kind of glad I went with this. I kind of like this basing theme better. This weird sort of the base kind of has a lot of realism to it, and then the figure itself is, well, a gummy bear. Now we're getting somewhere. So yeah, Rico, I know it took a little while to get to these, and there's still many more to create, like the Balrog one and the Treebeard one. Just gonna take that and just gonna start smushing that around here. Do we? Sure, we'll grab a little bit of that yellow, throw that in there. Maybe right around up by his eye there, and here as well. Let me take some of that off of the brush, so that can go around his eye there. Up above that eye, so yeah, now that really you can see his eyes much better. Now we'll try to get a little bit of light back here now. I'll probably do some flock foliage on our ones here that, well, aren't really Mordor based, like our Gollum and Sauron gummies there. Again, kind of trying to give it a little bit of translucency as well. Now, let me see. Let me get my Sauron reference. Okay, that's not a Sauron reference. That's the one I'm looking for. You're going to use some of the same color that we've been using on the other ones here. Now back to the the pure orange. Back in there a little bit more. Might even have to break out our fluorescent oranges too, but we'll wait on that for later. Let me see. So not even 3 hours ago, there was absolutely zero paint on any of these. No zenithal, no nothing. None of that stuff. No airbrush, just some oil paint and the hairy sticks. That's all we're using. He needs his schnoz right here. Well, the ring changes size, right, Camda? I mean, it does. It changes size to suit the wearer. So whether you want to wear it as a torque or a hula hoop or as a ring or as something else, it's all your choice, right, Camda? Now, how's about we start to mark out some of this filigree here. Boom, like that. And none of that printed, so we've got to create all of that here just with our brushes and the paint, like you do. Actually, one of them, actually, this sort of does. Yeah, there's actually, it has 3 fingers there, Camda. And believe it or not, Camda, the fingers actually have little, like armored, I don't want to say armored claws on them, but the armored gloves. Yeah, it actually does have a little bit of armor on it, believe it or not. Start to get some filigree on the helmet here. Where's our Gimli? There he is. So kind of the same thing we were doing on Gimli, we were going to do on our Sauron here. Again, we got to get some of our, it's more like a mid-tone filigree here. And then we have to make sure that we get some of the orange reflecting up there too. Where is our, oh yeah, okay. Come on, I'm going to repeat that same element over here. Like that. Come on, there we are. More of this filigree here. That's too heavy, too much liquid there. Nice to see their surface tension. So you guys, that's right, surface tension. You guys tend to do that, I guess, the week before we do. I believe we don't do that till November 3rd or something like that. Could be wrong, but I think that does not happen till November 3rd. Of course, surface tension, if you want to share some links in the chat, please go ahead, of course. That needs to go straight along his helmet like so. And we can refine all of this as we move along. So again, great to see the recoil. And of course, surface tension. Here's hoping it is a fine day in Welshlandia. Well, appropriately gray. It is gray season here because it's October. So that gets stopped there, and then we're going to do again some more of our filigree there. And then doing more filigree this way. Now let's just change that. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Some more fabulous oil painted miniatures, of course. So yeah, great to see their Surface Tension. So I think you can kind of see what it is we're after here. We'll just again draw in some stuff here. We'll probably be hitting that with our some of our oranges, right, to get some source lighting on that. I mean, even this is not our latest non-source light color. Does that actually go? Yeah, it goes kind of this way. Maybe I will sneak a little bit of the lighter stuff in there, and I will do this back here. Yeah, the translucent gummy bear is definitely not the easiest thing ever, right? Surface tension. And then, of course, there's our frosted Gandalf there. Trying to work our design over this way. Just walking it on over here, little by little. Yeah, you could maybe try, I guess, I don't think, what is it, green and sort of an orange? Are those the most common of your well, obviously there's the totally translucent. Actually, surface tension, Soraya used to make a Soraya simple clear, the smoky, black. Yeah, this, I don't think they have the clear anymore. Well, the clear all of a sudden was like the most expensive one too. That's another reason why I just kind of didn't use it anymore. Yeah, that the clear became really, really expensive. Alright, and then that goes, yeah, that was up like so. Get that pattern going down like this. More of our armor here. And we'll be coming back with some of our darks. We got to come back with our orange too. In you go. I think I can actually get back into the eyes here to start doing a little bit of extra lighter stuff on them too. Look at that. That's actually blended in wet into wet. We gave that just enough time to set. If we had done that 10 minutes ago even, that probably would have just torn away this paint instead of actually had some really nifty mixing going on. So all of a sudden, no, looks like he's got himself some eyes there. Now we have to start doing some darker stuff here. Let's do that. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. And of course, surface tension again. If you want, I think you already shared your Mastodon link there. Those fabulous oil painted miniatures. Be sure to go check that out. More of our darkest, yeah, underneath these. And then we'll go back again and we'll do some stuff with our orange. Definitely need some of that over here. Also, too, to start providing a little separation between the shadow, where our lava stuff is going there too. Speaking of which, we'll probably start getting our really light stuff going on in the lava also. Same thing over here again, trying to get some of that darker whatever in there. All the way over again. It's kind of like we're sculpting now a little bit with the paint. It's fantastic surface tension. So surface tension, I would think by now maybe the Cathy miniature, well, not the new BSG ships are printed out. I think the Cathy miniature printed out fine with no errors or anything like that. And again, I've got like a regular sized one, and then I've got the essentially about 54 mil version. We need to get a little something up into that part of his crown here. And we'll be hitting that for sure with some of the lighter orange. Let me hit that here. Separate that. Same deal over here on this. Some dark in there to separate those. Now let's start to think about some of this lighter stuff in the lava. First we'll do this. I didn't bother doing any fluorescent paint or whatever. Just going with straight up regular paint. Now I do have the pure orange out here, that's pretty darn intense as far as colors go and oranges and such. So again, now we're starting to do some of our lava stuff here. Thanks, Surface Tension. Now, Surface Tension, did you see the video on Facebook there? It's also on the actually, yeah, Surface Tension. That link takes you to the video, and that's got the song and some of the other animations and such. More of the orange now. It's getting to be a little bit too much of the yellow. Yeah, surface tension. I was waiting and waiting and waiting for a chance to finish off the diorama part of it. Right, the figures we were all done for quite some time. So yeah, on the regular YouTube channel, there is the White Tree of Gondor video. Yep, it's right there in the post, so a link right there. And again, that's got the music that I created, the extra animations. Now again, all that was just a test. And if you're wondering why the footage is like part vertical, part horizontal, is I thought that was going on Instagram. Turns out it was too long for Instagram, so all future ones will just all be shot in horizontal horizontal format, no more vertical format. Especially since all the animations are done in horizontal format. Now we're starting to do some filigree, some fiery filigree there. A little bit of almost like source slitting that's kind of like the underside of his chin there. So we got orange on some of these lower areas here. Yep, hitting these again. The mace definitely should be getting some. Whoops, it's not the blending brush I would want to use. That would be a little better. Again, a bit more of our orange on the underside here of this crown. That it can most definitely get lighter than this. It's still about a mid-range orange here. And again, everything here is just kind of rough sketches. That's all. Let's see what we can do on the armor back here. Let me take some of this away. With that blending brush, try this again. More of our pattern here. I guess we need more, a little more thinner in that maybe. Let's do this. No, that should come more down this way. Nah, I don't really like that. Oh, look, it's like we got an eraser. Here, let's erase that too. So basically, all of the Instagram posts have a link to something, whether it's a link to the YouTube channel, like this one here, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, because this is where you're going to be able to see, if you missed most of this, like most say our other bears here. The only way you're going to be able to see that is to head over to that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Let me do this and then another. I think it actually comes this way, alright? So we'll take that out too. Ah, now we're getting there. Oh, thanks, surface tension. Yeah, that's learned a whole bunch making that. And I've already got a bunch of animations created, save for the Dark Queen Schmaladriel army. They'll generally be 5 to 10 seconds. They kind of help fill things in and also, kind of help tell the story a little bit. And kind of maybe add a little extra flavor here and there. I just did a new song for the Harad army because, well, I've learned a whole lot about working with that since I made the first one, which was just with a 200 character prompt in Skyreels. It was interesting recoil with those annotations that it said, oh yeah, if I'll put them all in brackets for you, it'll be great. And it put so many darn things in brackets that it basically had a conniption. And it said, oh yeah, well I put too many things in brackets. I said, well, you could have just maybe done less and just done the parentheses like you said you really should have done. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. So Camda just posted a link to that YouTube video. Again, all of those were painted on stream. And guess what? Those are already on the Linseed Fellowship. Yeah, all of the Denethor and those Fountain Court Guard are on the Linseed Fellowship channel. And I am working on a special video for Wednesday. So you'll see that on Facebook. I'll put it on YouTube as a private thing so that folks who maybe who don't have Facebook or use Facebook or whatever will still be able to see it. Yeah, otherwise you won't even see it's there because it'll be just like the Patreon videos. Unless you have the link, you won't be able to see it. There obviously won't be any ads on it or anything like that. So now you can see the difference that later stuff makes, huh? Yeah, surface tension, that was very unusual because it was supposed to be, I don't know if you saw the young Denethor, it was supposed to be more like him. Again, when we do future versions or future things with that, definitely have learned a whole bunch. Let me do this here. Yeah, none of that's really facing towards the fire, so that could actually, yeah, catch some more of this light. So you can really see what it is that we're doing here. And of course, we'll be coming back with some of our darker stuff too. Now, geez, I guess we passed the 3-hour mark now. And again, we are working on 5 of these. 3 of them already pretty far along. Yeah, that definitely really wouldn't be getting too much of the fire light there. It's pointed up, so and that port now up here. Definitely none of the firelight stuff. Yep. Some filigree here. Ooh, I almost forgot this stuff out here on that part of his hand. We got this on the mace to do. And now maybe a little something of the light there. Now what are we gonna do over here? Now we gotta let that have a chance to set. We've been really hammering away at that. Let's get to our Gimli over here. Or Gumli. Try to get a sharp edge on our smushy gummy bear here. Same along the helmet here. Like that. So yeah, surface tension, I've got some pretty nifty ones again, for the Dark Queen Galadriel army. Those I'm really looking forward to. And I've got some already for the Dunlendings. Gotta start making some for the Wolves of Isengard now. And then I also started to think about animations for the Gandalf video. Again, I would like to at least... Well, I guess now we have a Gummy Bear Gandalf. We still keep adding more Gandalf figures. Somehow, some way. I might take this brush here. We'll take some of the oxide green and some of the Van Dyke brown. Idea is to maybe do some dry brushy stuff in here to get some darks, but also maybe even some texture. Kind of like what we did with Gandalf. So that already kind of starts to kick off that idea of texture there. Is this the right brush? I think so. Now let me use this other one instead. This one. Maybe a little more of that radiant green. There we are. I think that is just about what we wanted. And again, we're doing this little texturizing here. You can see it's kind of mixing now with what we just threw on there as far as our dry brush dark thing. But it kind of starts to create a little bit of texture. We'll be definitely going lighter than this. This is pretty much just a mid-tone right here. Surface tension, I would highly recommend it. Now, of course, the editing process is kind of, it can be a little boring. And of course, now I'm using a combination of, again, GPT and Skyreels. GPT creates the images, and then Skyreels makes the animations. Now, what I've got to learn are some of the After Effects in my video software. Actually, there's After Effects stuff that's also just like AI things. So I wouldn't necessarily maybe have to learn how to do that in the Sony uh, video editing program. Alright, so now that's got a little bit of our mid-tone texture, how is about something that is now lighter? Still, hopefully that's a greenish color though. So I'm just trying to break this all down. Is that lighter? Yeah, okay, that's lighter. Sometimes surface tension, usually not, because it tends to not quite understand what it is. Because I was trying to do that with Kamul the Easterling on a Fellbeast, and it didn't look anything like my Fellbeast photo. It kind of it interpreted. Now you can sort of say it needs to be exactly like the input source, and like anything else, there's times where it actually listens to you, and then there's other times where it's like, nah, here, we'll just do this instead. Because if you remember, this is what it created. Whoops, not that. And then this is what it created for the Golden King of Abrakan. I told it, to use a reference of a figure there. And then, of course, my Easterling army, then it created that. And again, it has a rough time telling what the miniature is. And sometimes, like with the Lothlorien animations, I used actual photos of Lothlorien, and then there's other times where you're better off just to say, look, just do this. I wish I could say it's consistent, but, well, as you know, it kind of does its own thing, right? Surface tension. I mean, how many times, right? Recoil, we've put very specific instructions into Suno, like I want this to sound like a live whatever. The other thing it's doing recoil is I'll say, I have the settings at 15 and 85% as far as the realism goes and the accuracy, and I'll tell it, no male voices or no female, yet it still puts those in there. It's like I said, it's not supposed to have these voices, yet they are still in the song. So yes, actually surface tension, I kind of imported some pictures of my terrain, and that's what it kind of came up with. It wasn't so much the shape of the buildings, it was all of the, the Eye of Sauron markings on there, which I obviously I painted on, so I figured, okay, that would be one way to kind of get those markings on there without having to then add it in GPT. And again, I used Skyreels to create the animations. Again, generally in that 10 seconds or so range, you got your choice 5, 10. Don't do the 15. First of all, that's going to cost you a boatload of credits. And also, it seems like the editing softwares also don't like the 15-second segments. Recoil, I mean, it is sometimes just like you say, it is with one click. It did amazing things, and then the very next click is just like, am I using something else here? Is this the same thing I was just using? It is that level of crazy different. Okay, so now we've been able to, again, texturize our Gimli robe. Now we'll do a similar thing to our Frodo cloak here. Just smooshing this on here, and then we'll take our blending brush to it. And it's been the same thing with the flats. There was all this immediate success, and I thought we're set. And then it all went dark for a week or so. Then it seemed like everything was back on track, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't. And that is kind of how the AI stuff works. It is very much that. I mean, sometimes within minutes, sometimes they hand you both at the same time, right? Surface tension. It's just, wait a minute, you did both of these things virtually at the same time? Well, yeah, aren't they both fantastic? And then there's you only get so many bites of the apple. And this is the other thing too, surface tension. Like the Shire one that I did, the bottom panel had a bunch of Rohan cavalry in it. Even though I specifically said this is a brand new image, don't bring in any images from any of the other ones that we've done, yet it still did that. And again, that's just kind of how that ball rolls. Alright, so even our little Frodo here has also got himself some texture. Let's do a little something something here on our Golem. Start getting him his lighter green here. Since we're using that very same color on was in our Frodo robe, our cloak, and our Gimli cloak. Top of his ears, I suppose. Yep. His well, nose, such as it is. And eventually, again, I've been working on trying to put the stuff in a Dropbox folder. The files are scattered across 4 different machines. As far as the STO files in the Dropbox, they are scattered all over the place. Because in order to be working on those, it was kind of like it was a side operation. Whatever machine I was at, I was doing that as a side operation. As far as getting those things made, well, it worked well. And still being able to continue with my other work. The downside was all the physical files are scattered all over the place. Because, well, originally the whole Dropbox thing was not really anything that was important at the time. Figuring out how to make them was the important thing. And then I ended up with a whole bunch of test ones. Again, all scattered across different machines, so I got to even figure out, okay, which ones are actually are even usable. Because there's some that GPT created that look fantastic when you just see them as a Even when you first start out in Chitterbox, they look okay, like they're totally usable, until you find out that they're not. It also has a nasty habit of reversing them, so you have to re-reverse them or unreverse them or whatever in your slicer after the fact. Or if you go into a blender or something like that and do the same thing, I guess. Nice to see you there, Space Toy. I know it's been a while. So, Space Toy, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Space Toy, have you had a chance to start streaming again? But happy Sunday there, Space Toy. You're toiling away. See, we'll do a combo there. Yes, I did that. Yes, we're toiling away, so to speak. Let's go even a little lighter here now on our golem's face, nose, mouth, his eyebrows and such here. No problem there. No problem, Space Toy. Yeah, I've never had one of those things. And, I guess it could be worse. It could choose to attack, and then a true fracas ensues. Come on, there we go. A little more light up there. So there, we're just gonna let that set there. Not even gonna mess with that right now. What I am gonna do is get some of the orange here. Let's do that. All right. Getting closer. And unfortunately, the bottom of this printed out all funky. I tried to just do a real quick fix of it with the our modeling paste. Let me get some of this more of this light orange down here. Maybe some of our lava effects there too. A bit orange on the bottom of his ears. Gotta let that sit too. Let's try to get something lighter here. Again, I might have to refresh my medicine here in a bit. Also, we'll have to get some more of our, I think it's some more of our winter yellow, or I might just take this then. Indian yellow and our fast matte white to make something a little more yellow here. Like that. Now we'll get some of our darker lava stuff in there as well. Yeah, that could get messy in a hurry. There's surface tension. Hey there, great to see you, Velfira, and everybody. Please check out that link that Space Toy just shared. So this is this is one of 5 of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. there's a Gimli bear, a Gandalf bear, and a Frodo bear. And there's also a Sauron bear. Yep, that's the dreaded wake up call there, right? Right, Velfira. Let me put this. Well, we'll wait on that. We'll wait on that yet. There. Now that's really got a lot of our really light yellow in there for again for some of our lava stuff here. Over here too. Again, we're just gonna refresh that medicine and get a cough drop too. So see you later, there's surface tension. As always, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Well, I guess we'll be seeing you on, well, you're Tuesday. Yep. And yeah, we'll be painting, well, hopefully anyway, a Galactica ship. It depends if these didn't print out, well, it'll be something else. Whatever that is, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it ends up being a flat. I don't know. We will paint something on Monday. Getting him some of his eyes here. Oh, there's actually 3 rings. Because Gollum's got one, Frodo's got one, and Sauron has one. The ring is like a Cylon. There are many copies. Get some. Now that's. I was wondering, like, what the heck is that? That's because it's the magenta instead of our red. Nah, that's way too much over there. Let's get some of that off of the brush. I think I'll have to hit some more of the dark there. Now we'll get some of the lighter red for the inside of his mouth here. Give him some teeths. Let's get some light on the underside of the eyes here, I think. Like that. Can't do the really light stuff on the eyes yet. That would not work out too well. Fine, we'll just throw some of that green down in there and then take our blending brush to it and just push some of that around. Speaking of blending brushes here, I think, there we go. We were not hasty little hobbitses. And instead of essentially just tearing away that paint, because that's what would have happened if I would have gone into this too quickly. See that? See how it actually blends? I've had people say, well, yeah, go to blend it, and all it does is just rip a hole in the paint there. That's because you're trying to do what I'm doing now way too soon. You were a hasty hobbit. well, that's the method of survival, right, Valfera? That is one way to survive. Or to confuse your enemies. Either way. Gonna use me. Yeah, let's try to get. Ooh, okay, that was. Didn't really want to wipe out that lighter green that I've got there so much. We'll have to kind of reconstitute that a little. So Camden, we've been calling him Gumlum. There's Gumly, Gumdoff, Gumladriel, Legumlas, Treegum, Sourgum. No, we don't have a Sauron. That actually, I think I tried to do a Sauron. That just it was not having a good time with that. The Boromir and the Aragorn. Well, they basically kind of looked exactly like each other. Now, recoil, didn't you have to, like, literally go in and give Gimli an axe? Because I tried making a Gimli, and it made some interesting things, but he had, like, a bow, he had a sword, and none of them did he have an axe, even though that was specifically requested. It's like, he needs an axe. And it's like, okay, but how about this instead? Again, that's pretty much how the AI stuff works. That's just something you're gonna have to accept. Maybe that changes someday. I doubt it. It's just one of those things that has to be put up with. Let's do that here. Pull that over to the side there. Actually, we need to lighten up the corners of the mouth there. Let's do that. I think those have set now enough that maybe I can try to get my lights in the eyes here. I think we can do that now. And that really changes how those look. If I had done that too early, that would have also been very disastrous. I mean, you could also do the thing where you hit it with some kind of gloss varnish or gel or something like that. You could do that too. And what that would do actually is kind of track the ambient light in the room instead of kind of working maybe against the actual light that you have as far as the direction and such. Come on, more of this up here. A little there. I mean, I knew these were going to be, I wanted them smaller than the other ones that I had printed out. Man, oh man, I didn't realize just how gargantuan these were going to be. So yeah, we substantially reduced the size of them. And I was able to fit all 5 on that build plate with, and I probably could have at least squeezed in maybe the Gumladriel figure, but again, there's some issues with that. It's kind of like the B5 ships there, Camden. That's just way too. The geometry is way too thin. So yeah, as Recoil can attest to there, they did not want to. I forget which one took more iterations. But again, many thanks to Recoil for providing these. Because I do believe, right on stream, it was somehow it was. Oh, I wonder what Gandalf would look like. Oh, that's right. I was thinking of converting actual gummy bears into Lord of the Rings things, and I thought, well, gee whiz, what would they even look like? And actually, I think Recoil, you probably even made a couple of them right there on the stream. I think so. Actually, you might have made the Golem right there on stream. So he's starting to get more and more and more shape here. Getting caught up with their other ones. I'm gonna let me try something here. I wonder if this will that translate the right way? I'm gonna actually now darken the orange a little this way. Yeah, I think he just kept saying, well, check out your Instagram, right? And we just, one by one, we kept showing him on the stream after you did each one. Well, that one's supposed to go there, so let's take this and maybe wipe that away. Back to our green again. There. So was it 3 hours 42 minutes? 3 hours 42 minutes ago, our 5 gummy bears had no paint on them. There was no source lighting. There was no nothing. Actually, here, let me get some kind of almost like an ashen type of a color. We'll just take some of this. We'll dry brush that up in here. Although again, you can still see it's picking up that little bit of glaze we threw on there. I mean, this is about as dry as that brush can be and as minimal as that paint can be. Where's our Sauron here? We'll do that same deal on him. Put some of that on. I guess that's sort of his cloak. Yeah, the Gumda and the Legumless and the Tree Gum, I think that took a few. That also took a few tries, right, Rico? And I wonder if the Balrog did too. The Balrog also might have taken 1 or 2 tries to get the way you wanted. Let's get some more dark in the crown here. Whoops, not that stuff. A little more dark, maybe to separate those. More dark there. Now that we've sketched that out, we'll do some of this dark in here to make that stand out a little more. We start to get some of our really light stuff in there too. Recoil, I think you heard earlier, I managed to find the autocorrect monster. I just had to go way, way, way back into the past renders in GPT, and then I found him. So we'll try to, again, try to make some kind of bas relief of him and see what happens. So one day, right, Recoil, we'll be able to see him all the time because we'll have an actual representation of him. Some of our burgundy, you know what, let me get a little bit of the Van Dyke brown into that too. Let me just get rid of that, that's very distracting there. I hope the stream was fantastic, Arid. I'm sure that it was. Again, we're just trying to work in some stuff like we did here. I think you can see some of it on Elrond's base there. Now again, I'm just glad that things have kind of quieted down enough there, era that you can at least get a chance to do some streaming there. And glad that the Gundam project is all done and dusted, out of the way. And switching that over to something that is darker here. Me again, just trying to put some hints of filigree there. Okay, and now up here again the same deal. Gotta get some darker stuff up here. Just can simplify some of that. We have no dark. We need like a light, dark, light. We have kind of like light, 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 and then maybe a mid-tone. No real dark in there. Now we're getting some to separate all of those facades there. Tone down some of that too. Some in there. Happy little gummy Sauron there. Yeah, recoil. The uh, when I notice that I'm not working on something that's like one of our flats here, it tends to like from a almost like say from a photograph, it tends to like dig it so deep that there's a hole there. It's like holy smokes. Yeah, I was like, what is this? It digs too deep, right? And it literally goes all the way down to your build plate potentially, which is really freaky. That it might be a little bit too light there for these. No, wrong brush. Let's do this here on the bottom of our ring. I need to take this and maybe some of the Indian yellow here. And we need to have a bit of a border there between our the source light on this ring and the ambient light on the ring. Yep, touch lighter on this. On his mace there. I will maybe go even a little lighter on that. Come on. Nope, just way too thick there. Let me hit that a little later. Underside of the crown. Can't where the source lighting would hit it. Come on. We need some more of our light there on his mouth.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, really, for appreciate that. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbits is here. Wait a second, my arm is stuck there. Ah, so you're gonna say you shall not pass, huh? He's like, well, actually you look kind of yummy right there. He's like, what? It's like, I like gummy bears. Gummy bears are really tasty. That's probably not quite the way the story was supposed to play out there. Well, we're definitely having vastly improved rolls on our Gandalf 6, so thank you so much, really, for appreciate that. Alpha Star, how you doing? Bonjour, bonjour, and merci beaucoup. Yeah, it's quite the lifesaver. All right, we got that now. Let's see. Okay, I got this little bit here still of the fast matte white, which can go there. Maybe no. Let's do some of our yellow here, not the orange, but the yellow. And there. Same deal here to kind of extend that out a little. It is. This is very entertaining though to see the Gummiladriel and this side by side. Cause look at the the robe or clothes or whatever. It's kind of that same, got that bluish stuff going in the shadows, just like on the flat right there. That is pretty funny. Is that going to be too low? Okay, no, not too late. Not too late. That's good. No, that has got too much of the orange. We need more of the yellow instead. It's got some of our umber in it as well. There we go. That was way too just, I mean, essentially just our darker primer back there. So recoil, I think I had a Boromir that was not too shabby. Yeah, the Boromir worked out. I think he even had actually a little horn next to him, recoil, but there's no Aragorn. Oh, Arwen, yes, we don't have an, and we don't have an Eowyn. That's right. Oh, and there's no Eomer. I tried doing didn't we both try doing a Theoden recoil? I seem to remember having not a lot of success doing the Theoden. Actually, it put him on a real horse. That I do. One of the iterations, he actually put him on like a real horse. So he had a gummy bear riding an actual horse. That kind of wasn't the theme, right? Recoil. That wasn't quite what we were looking for. Yeah, that was not what we wanted to see. Actually, recoil, that would be super fabulous. And then I guess you could do alerts and or orc archers or something like that are literally shooting candy canes. So that would be the pincushion version of Boromir with a bunch of candy canes sticking out of him. Okay, now he's starting to look a little more like he's got something going on there. Back to our orange here, I think. Over here. Yeah, we need some of that over here too. Come on, more thinner, I guess. Well, recoil. Remember, we wanted to make gingerbreaderous. Oh, actually, recoil. Now, obviously, we wouldn't probably. Well, now I'm imagining recoil printing out gingerbreaderous. If there was only a way to make gingerbreaderous into STL files. Because, I mean, Rohan buildings kind of look like gingerbread houses. Just, it's like Viking gingerbread houses. Alright, there's again a little bit more of our orange there. And now I'm going to try to play a little connect the pen. Well, first we got to get whatever that chunk is off of the brush. Rico, remember I was telling you the guy that did Barad-dûr? And it was essentially, it was like Lego gingerbread. He made like hundreds and hundreds of essentially bricks of gingerbread that were different set shapes, and he constructed the tower that way. And then he was able to light it actually as well, which is pretty wild to think. Now again, if I knew more about, not, well, I think even, I wonder you could put those into Meshy too. Those, oh, what the heck are they? Scripts. Yeah, so GPT, it says it can create usable scripts. Now, of course, if those scripts are sort of like the things that it's created for Sky Reels and for Suno, they are not going to be flawless. I mean, we'll put it that way. It's the best way we can put that. It will not exactly be flawless. Now I wonders. Let me see if we can do this now. Where we have our flamey writing or whatever on the ring here. So hopefully that kind of translates. Gee whiz, Rico, just think of how much stuff that we've done since those early days when we were, when you first made these and such. It's scary to think of how much that's evolved. It's amazing what we've been able to do here. And again, just it's a matter of months. Because we had the images, because I made stickers of those at Adepticon, but that was like February when I made those stickers. So pretty much all of it was this year. It was all this year. Okay, a little extra light. Oh yeah, here, let's try to do even more light down here in our base. Where is, there he is. Now I'm starting to wonder too if we have it over here. 1 second. It's all, my scissors are stuck there. Let me grab that. This is the Paul Rubens. We're gonna bring out a little bit of the artillery here and see what I might be able to do. Here, let me get this stuff out of here. Not that one. Take this and maybe a little bit of the pure. Okay, not that much of the pure orange. And that's again a little smidge of some dry brush over this to enhance the toastiness of that. Yeah, there we are. This ear, this arm. Now back to our Sauron. Not absolutely everywhere, just a few key places, I think. And that's just hopefully, again, make it a little bit more towards the orange here. Let me redo that edge a little bit. It is now again the in that gummy bear painting contest that they do at Reapercon. There's people doing again conversions, object source lighting, sky, earth. I mean, they're doing all kinds of stuff on those gummy bears. And again, sorry we didn't get a chance to do this like more as a community type of a thing. But maybe that is something that we try to do for May. That also kind of, ironically enough, tones things down. It makes it more of an intense color, but not quite as light of a color. Now I might try to get a lighter orange on some of the projected light here, though. Like this. I mean, I just went with the simple bulletin board cork bases on these. So yeah, cammed, and of course to do that, you essentially basically have to like eat part of the gummy bear, and then you get, the once it kind of has the saliva on it and stuff like that, that basically allows you to re-glue it back together again. It kind of works like plastic glue. Welcome back there, surface tension. Glad that you were successful. Some more of our dark up on top of that. No, our Gimli here. That's what we needed. To make sure we got these lines reasonably set here. I almost started mixing up like a lava type of thing for the underside of this, because we've been working with the Golem and the Sauron for a while now. And that is more like it. No. We'll go back to this almost like a sky blue gray there. Up in there. Yeah, it depends now if there's red or yellow cloaks or something like that being reflected in that steel armor, then there will be something for it to bounce off of, that's for sure. Carry this out here again. That's well, there's a kind of a dingy sky blue right here. Yeah. Next to kind of more of a violet grayish blue. Because we're using the sky blue and the not radiant violet deep. There, we'll call it that. No, I want the burnt umber look here for this. Also, yeah, we can also take some of that away too. That was kind of rivaling his beard and such. there's my actual Van Dyke brown. We're just gonna try to do a couple little quick things here on the branches. Now I want that. Maybe there's some of the Naples yellow here. Boy, it's been a while since we used that. Start breaking that down. It's gonna go on some of our tree fungus there. Need a little something on the ends of these branches here. So surface tension, yeah, we'll try to have if I get a decent bas relief of the autocorrect monster, I'll try to send you that too. Again, if much like Arid and Camda and Recoil and Surface Tension and Valfair all have been victimized by the dreaded autocorrect monster, you can see you can expose him to the light of day. Don't let him lurk in the shadows. That's what he wants to do, is lurk in the shadows and mess around with your posts. So again, sometimes you have reflected light, sometimes you have reflected color. That's more projected light right there. We've got, let me see, where is one of our, I think this, oh, this is I think this one might just do it here. So yeah, that green's on there, that is reflected because there's all that blue around it. So that is going to, you see the greens there in our golds, which should, you'd say, oh, that should be very yellowish. Also here is, so there we go. That's gold. But look, the blue and the red, that's reflected color right there. That's reflected light. How's about we use the brush end on the miniature? It tends to do a little bit better than the wooden part. This little bag there. So yeah, we ended up with 6 different sculpts, including Gummelandriel there. Yeah, who knows? Maybe by May we'll also have the tree beard and the Balrog, Legolas, all those other ones. Well, of course I think I had one of Sam, Recoil. I think he actually did have like some little toy pots or pans with him or something. So I think I did do it, or one of us did, because I could swear there was a Sam gummy bear too. Let me try to work in a little more of this here. No, not we don't want curves there, we want angles. Let me get that darker gray going again here. Change this around a little. Yeah, for some reason, I'm not sure why they're designed that way, but yeah, there's a There's an end that gets pointed at the miniature, and there's an end that gets pointed away from the miniature. Now, of course, it doesn't. There's no instructions that have arrows pointing that out, so it's a kind of a natural confusion, right? Surface tension, totally understandable. Well, it makes total sense because well, you're painting what's next to it, right? So that is why sometimes. Oh yeah, that's handle painting. Yes. That is non-bristle painting. I but do believe that was something that we created in a recent stream. Of course, there was also the bristle-free brushes. There we go. Yeah, sometimes those bristles, they just get in the way. If all you have is a brush handle, you never have to worry about your brush getting damaged. I think I need just a little some. That's too much. I might even here go after that too. Where's another little blending brush? Take that away. Well, not take it away. We just kind of minimized it basically. Catching a little bit like that. I'm not going to do too much with that stuff because, well, we are eventually going to put some flock and foliage there, so no need to worry about that just yet. And we go like that. Some here. You can see we got we have over here, we need some more reflected light over here. Just because it's a gummy bear doesn't mean it doesn't obey the laws of physics. There you go. I wonder, I think I would rather have some of the more of the red that's in there. How light are we getting here? That is reasonably light, maybe a tiny bit of it on the top of his nose. Lighten up the fungus there, tiny bit. Let's do this here. A little extra bit of light on the tree stump here. So it's 4 hours, 18 minutes ago, all 5 of these. Guess what? They were paint-free objects. They were just primer. Just a dark brown primer. That's it. And we're working on 5 of these. All at once. Get this, again, some of the brown here. Oops. Again, some of our burnt umber, a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep. There's actually these crazy little shrooms over here. I just forgot about those. We also have some greenery here. I just realized. Let's get that greenery. I mean, it's mostly going to get covered up with fucking foliage, but let's just get that in there. Also, some more of these. Little tree fungus here. Little shelf fungus. Not quite low as it, or zygomores, that's it. Yeah, those crazy zygomores. In you go. Alright. Now this gets lighter. Fine, we'll just use this. Got little shrooms here sticking out of this log. Using some of that radiant violet mixed with a little bit of the Moore's yellow deep. So again, a programming note. Hopefully Monday we'll be painting up the next Battlestar Galactica ship. Like so, and it's I'm hoping it's the fleet recovery ship, Camda. Well, yeah, we'll see if it plays out or prints out. I started it, let's see, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. So I think I started about 5 hours ago, and I think it's about an 8 something hour print, whatever. No, that's right, actually there was 2 ships. Yeah, I'm printing out 2. Because let's see, Halloween is that Friday, I think it is. Yep, it has to, because Wednesday is the 29th. Let's get this lighter green here. But we don't want the same yellowish green as our ring. So we're taking some of the radiant green, which is a little bit more bluish, and then mixing it with the phthalo green, makes it even more of a blue. Whereas that was more Windsor yellow, Indian yellow mixed with that same phthalo green. Got it now. Maybe a touch more to radiant green out here. Some parts of that okay. And then let me take, maybe I'll just use this with some of the violet. Little hint of some more value there. Again, not a ton. Essentially turn that into a micro filbert brush right there. It's actually better than getting the small filbert brushes, because those small filbert brushes get destroyed really fast. And by really fast, I mean almost instantly. It's like you use those small filbert brushes 3 times, and it's like, have I been using this for 100 hours in a row? What's going on with this thing? So radiant green is a cooler green, Camda. I think is it bright yellow green? It's this one here. I think it is bright yellow green. Well, no, so bright green. So this is more of a yellowish green. Remember it was probably that very first color theory in oils with the Paul Rubens. where that's when I was like, wow, look at all these different radiants. And look, we have like a yellowish radiant green instead of just the usual radiant green, which is more of a cooler color. Now, everything is relative because there's other lighter greens, like the berry white green, which is even more blue than that. So that was bright green. That's what. And then there's I think there's a bright yellow green. They're almost the same color. If you recall that color theory in oils episode, I was kind of pondering. It's like, why are these two almost identical? Well, what is it that maybe one is intended to do or something? Where maybe there was something different consistency wise. I couldn't really tell. Didn't really see any kind of difference there. So again, here we're going to try and drag this down and over the ear here to almost make more of a mid-tone and then back to a blending brush, maybe like this here. Again, it's just a soft craft brush, that's all it is. Oh yeah, mixed green, not radiant green. Sorry, but well, actually, radiant green is just about that same color. I think it's a little darker than mixed green. They look a whole lot alike, but I think the radiant green is slightly darker than the Paul Rubens mixed green. I'm gonna go with the Perline Crimson mixed with this. Let me see what. Nope, maybe more of the light there. Alright, fine. A little thinner, not too much though. Like that. Some more here. Yep. Okay, now his vest has a little something going on. I will now take. I'm gonna try this here. So a combo. No, I gotta get all that stuff out of the brush first. But I do need this softer brush. It is just again just a craft brush. We're taking the Mars Yellow Deep and the Pure Orange together. Yeah, there we are. That's a little ragged there, and this, I mean, you can't get much more opaque than this. And again, pure orange, I'm guess, see, that's one of those colors, Camda, that has just, like Perline Crimson, it's a property type of difference there. Because remember, pure orange is the translucent that paints like an opaque. And of course, well, the Perline Crimson actually has a staining ability to it, which nobody said about reds ever. So see you later there, Irid. Yeah, well, it's pushing 4 a.m. here. So thanks for being here, Irid. And again, take care, and well, hopefully we see you on the Monday stream. So have a good Sunday there, Irid. Nice to see you there, Thranual. So Thranual, hopefully you got the new army painting link there. First ever army painter series where we were specifically basing with casualties. And also, too, really the first time we've done a unit that has like a ton of object source lighting to it, where it's literally meant to make them take less time. Because the colors test episode is actually going to have 2 miniatures. Now I'm not going to sit there with a timer, but I am going to try to get a sense, is there a quantifiable time difference? As in, like, well, this one took 30% longer or less time to paint, whatever, as a result of just having the source lighting. Okay, now we're starting to fill in like there on his face. That looks way less rough than it did just a second ago. Well, yeah, let's put this over here. And there. Come on, there we are. A little more of that orange on his arm too. More of it on his ear. I don't want to take out all the shadow that's there though. Gotta be careful. Let me move this over here. I might even get a little bit of the Indian yellow now. And now, yeah, that face starts to really solidify. Same thing, I think, with the ears. Fine, we'll get a little bit of the orange on the top there. You know what? Might even get a little bit of the orange down there. That is the Mars Yellow Deep and the Indian Yellow. So the Mars Yellow Deep, again, that provides a little bit of the opacity. The Indian Yellow, well, that provides a little bit of zest, a little bit of force. As Indian Yellow, what is it? It's super translucent. So yeah, Cam did, when I think of quinacridone, magenta, your alizarin crimson, even your phthalo colors, those more translucent ones. Yeah, it's possible to Camda that let's okay our Itera Rosa or Oxide Green. We try to use that stuff to make those translucent. I think it would end up just being weird and chalky. So I now of course maybe that handles differently. When you're working on a canvas situation or something. But again, if you snag it, you get some cheaper, something like that, and then you can let us know if maybe it's something that we need to research some more. Because there's been other things that we thought would work fantastic, didn't work at all, and other things we thought not so sure that's going to work, and it turned out to be fabulous. Well, even Indian Yellow, when I first started using that, I was like, I'm not so sure this really needs to be out on the palette. And then, well, we discovered a bunch of things about it and said, now it's like an essential part of every palette. Mangoes are mangoes are very important to your painting diet, right? Surface tension. I'm just trying to work it. There we go. All right, we got that now. We haven't messed around with Gandalf in a while. He's also got some of that green going on with these with the tree branch here, so we'll try and get some of that on there. Here, let me take some of that Van Dyke brown, almost a little bit more of a glaze. And now we'll take the phthalo green and the Mars black, kind of make a perline black here. And I looked at that and I'm like, did I get a whole bunch of my texture paste, my homemade texture paste all over this thing? No, I didn't. That's just not what that is. That's something that's actually sculpted on there. And here again, this is the mixed green, some of our chromium oxide green. Didn't want it to compete with the green that we've got going on his little staff right there. Yes, who would have? Well, that's probably why the certain civilizations see the cow as sacred, because well, that's where you get Indian yellow from, right? Those mangoes. There are those that will, Big Acrylic claims that process is really they don't do that anymore. It's all just a chemical process now. We know better. We know not to trust in Big Acrylic's lies, right? Recoil. Just like in the songs that you did. Make it touch more. Oh, there's some of that over here too. All right. Didn't really see that. Let me try to darker gray maybe in the hat in a few places for some of our little texture bits here. Also in the cloak too. Yeah. Not gonna do the elven cloak thing. We'll just stick with, well, guess what? A Gandalf the gray type of cloak here. Around we go to this side. A little lighter violet then. And then it starts to blend into what's here. Now up here, I'm thinking we'll get a couple more of these dots, more of this texture here. How light is that gonna look? Man, it's about the same. Go back to the smallest brush super quick here. Where are you hiding? I think that's you. Break this down. Not too much thinner. There's just enough of it reconstituted to start doing again some of this lighter stippling stuff to indicate the texture that we wanted here. Can't have too much thinner though, just enough to flow, but not so much that it's going to turn into a pinline wash. We certainly don't want that. Let's do this now. More of this. There. Continue here. Like so. I might even here. Let me get a little bit more of a fast matte white for some of the final little like sugary powder, grainy stuff, whatever that is, on that the Gandalf gummy bear. I don't know. I don't remember it doing the that type of texture on any of the other beers. I don't think so. Well, no, it did do some of that on the Gimli bear. It did on his, well, on his skin, I guess if you want to call it that. I try to get me just this is the straight up white here on the. Well, again, it's almost like a candy cane here. And then maybe some on his mustache and beard. More of this now. Yeah, these are just to represent little kind of grains of salt or sugar. I'm not quite sure. There's like the sweet and sour gummy bears or whatever. Yeah, that the other side didn't need it as much. This side seemed to need it a little bit more. Where are we at here with this? Yeah, a little more of the. It almost kind of gives it that little bit of fuzzy texture too. And the other place I wanted to do this was on the tree fungus here. More, yeah, I get a bit more of the white on the edge, and then up here too. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I did that. That definitely gives this that sort of grainy-like texture. Even though there is no actual texture on there. I mean, same thing with his hat. There's no texture on that whatsoever. It's perfectly smooth. It's 100% smooth, but it sure doesn't look that way. If I put, let me put the rest of these on here. We'll take you as a blending brush here. And once again, we didn't wipe it all out, but we did sort of regulate that. It's toned down a little bit. Back to our fast matte white. Once again, just putting a few of these on here. And then we'll hit it with the blending brush to tone him down a little. I mean, this is, again, it's one of those things you can't do with the acrylic. It's something like that. We just put those on there and we do this little bit of tap, tap, tap. And you see, we didn't lose them. They're not gone, but they are definitely not as prominent as they were. Alright, Gandalf Bear. Now we're gonna maybe I even put a little bit of this texture on the Frodo's ring there. And maybe a few extra lights in his hair. Yeah, I think that does help. No, 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 no. Let me get this in the eyes here. Do I have any? Oh yeah, I got the Indian yellow. We'll just roll with that. The Windsor yellow, that's kind of exhausted. That's gone. There. Too much of that on the top of the ears, on his feet there. And now we've got it there. Touch here on top of the. That's too much. We will take some of that away now. Like so. And again, that's here. Let me get a little bit more of this while I have it here. This really light yellow towards the bottom of the eyes, where guess what? Maybe the lava is reflecting up onto him there. Where's my an Indian yellow, Mars yellow deep? Because that back part of it just kind of got all wiped out by all the green. There we go. Okay, I'm just trying to, yeah, do a little bit of cleanup on the ring. Now I think we can maybe get some of that lighter, not fire color. There we go. Yeah, I just was, it was looking a little peaked there. There's some of that same green for his. Actually, Gollum is another one that has 3 fingers. So the Sauron figure has 3. I get something with the ring, although Frodo doesn't really seem to have too much in the way of fingers. But it sure seems like Gollum and Sauron each have 3 fingers. Just letting that little bit of a semi-dry brush do its thing. Let me take this dark and just minimize that a little bit. And now, because that's not actually straight up white. I'm going to try to go even lighter here on this part here. Seems like that kind of, yeah, that made a difference. Little extra light there over the, but yeah, okay, that did it. Now back to this green, a little lighter. Not using the mixed green slash radiant green because that'll just make it way too. I need a little bit of that kind of dingy, warmer green. Okay, we got that, and now maybe here a little. He's definitely the only one that seems to have any kind of toes. Other ones, yeah, not so much with the toes. Guess that's why Gollum was so agile, right? Surface tension. No, oh yeah. Here, let me. Our red, the Van Dyke brown, and some of these little darker bits in our lava mess down here. More of that. I think that'll be good enough for that one. And here, let's get a little teensy more dark under here. That. May hit a bit more of that dark there. I think, yeah, when it first was doing that, it kept sticking this through the hat. You never quite knew what sort of results you were going to get from it. Yeah, that's significantly darker there. Okay. That is good. Do we have some more? We got a little bit more there. All right. Get that under here. Some more. Good to go there. Don't want that to end up too dark. We also don't want to have too much like a hard outline there either. I know that we had speculated on ways of making actual gummies like this. I'm sure it wouldn't be all that difficult maybe to make a hard candy. A gummy thing, that would be a different story. But a hard candy, who knows? Maybe that is possible. I mean, they would kind of look about the same. I mean, a Jolly Rancher kind of just looks like a really card version of a gummy whatever. But no, I think as it gets to, oh geez, it's just about 5 hours in, and it's almost 4:30, which means in about 5-ish hours or so, there's going to be people here coming to grab me, which means I think we'll head on over to Brush Master, which means let me say thanks for everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids. We had some raids too. Appreciate everybody joining here. Monday stream. Hopefully we'll have those Battlestar Galactica ship. And then Wednesday the special stream. We don't hardly ever stream on Wednesday. But that's going to be the new Cathy figure that is sculpted with Eldritch Foundry. Again, Cathy is one of her D&D characters. So thank you so much, Surface Tension. See you later there, Tyrannual. See you later there, Camda. Now these are the folks that I paint. Remember speaking of Lord of the Rings, that mural. Remember the mural of the Hobbit hole there in the new kid's bedroom. Well, now that kid is like a year and a half old, or almost 2 years old now. I haven't seen them in well over a year because of things. Now we're gonna do a little bit of a review here. We got again Frodo Bear, Gimli Bear, Gandalf Bear, and then we got Gollum Bear and Sauron Bear. So that was pretty wild. Pretty wild. Again, I appreciate everybody being here. So, yeah, we'll be doing the Monday stream. And again, don't forget that special Wednesday stream. Special Wednesday stream painting up that Cathy figure. So, there it is. These could make for some interesting puppet shows, right, Thranual? Yeah. So, see you guys later, and thanks again.